right. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. As we get in over on the TikTok, if you don't mind, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost live, push us out to the FYP. Let's get the likes up to 10,000 likes. Also, if we can knock out the daily gift goal, it's the little 1 cent gift goal that'll help boost the live as well. You guys share the actual share the live to your stories and to your FYP. That helps way more than sharing it with like a bunch of people. That's like super beneficial. Who else do we have over here? Back to kick for you. Really going back to kick? Okay, I see you. Lulu, good morning. Craft Weaver, good morning. Craft Weaver, how are you? Nana just became a super fan. Let's go, Nana. That was in the chat for Nana. Thank you. How's everybody's morning going? Has everyone had their coffee? It's 7:21 a.m. for me. And, I'm working on my coffee, 19. You're at level 19. Okay. Working on a painting. What type of painting you working on? That's dope. Brooke, you haven't had coffee yet? Oh my gosh. Astrid, what up? Hello. Hey, Melissa, good morning. Abstract art. Jenna, energy drinks? No, don't drink energy drinks. What are we doing? No. You re-upped on your TikTok coins? Yeah. Good morning, Meg. Kiki, you said you need coffee? Listen. So the thing about coffee for me is it's not something that I'm like, oh, I need it to function. And, management makes fun of me because she says that I just have milk and sugar, like Michael Scott from The Office. But it's good for me. It's what I drink. I drink my coffee that way. So while we're over on YouTube, hit that thumbs up for me, please. Hit that thumbs up. It'll help push the VOD out. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get this thing going. Keep tapping the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. I'm going to keep resetting this daily gift goal to these little 1 cent gift goals. This will help boost the live as well. We have a lot to talk about. We are looking for some debates, so only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. But while we are waiting for debates, man, there's so much that I need to make sure that we are all up to date with. I'm telling you, there's a lot of shit happening. I'm wearing my straw hat today as a sign of the fact that we need liberation, and everybody needs to be aware of the shit that potentially could be happening today. We're going to be talking about it, but holy shit, we all need to be vigilant. I need everybody to lock in. We're going to get after it. Again, we're going to start here in just a moment. So only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, keep doing all the wonderful things. Keep knocking out the daily gift goal. You guys are smashing it. Repost the live to your FYP and to your stories. That's way more beneficial than like the shares or whatever. But go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and kick this thing off, and then we will get it going.
Yeah, funny how it changed now. Same people that laughed at clips, studying the clips now. Everybody got opinions till the facts land. Everybody loud till they gotta take a stand. Every stream feel like somebody betting they pride. I seen fake scholars fold in real time. Now they screenshot takes, run around and remix it, and pull up thinking somehow they can fix it. Nah, you stepped in the wrong room, donut. This ain't rage bait, this pressure. Patriarchy, race, class, labor. Healthcare, I don't do surface level, I build layers. And every time they think they got me cornered, numbers go higher. Chat, flyer, mods, working, crowd waiting. Somebody finna get cooked tonight. Welcome to the ring now. Yeah. You talk big, tell the facts, come out, slap nuts, sit down. Welcome to the ring now. Yeah. Got the whole chat screaming when the logic break down. Yeah. Welcome to the ring now. You ain't built for this smoke. Y'all slap nuts, ain't got milk for these old donuts. So pipe down. Yeah. You might drown. You don't want war with the king right now. I don't debate for applause, I debate for the record. Every false claim get dissected and severed. You rehearse outrage, I study the structure. Difference between noise and somebody with substance. You quote tweets, I quote policy. You want moments, I want honesty. You want ego boosts and virality. I want mutual aid and stronger communities. That's the difference between you and me. See the problem? Different type timing. You came for clips, I came for alignment. Capital this, socialism that. Half these dudes can't define what they yelling in caps. Talking about free market while wages collapse. I watch your pivot arrive, I make it visible live. But this ain't never gonna be a place where evidence dies. You came all the way to be Santana for internet rap, while the whole chat waiting to see who got checked. Next, welcome to the ring now. Yeah. You talk big till the facts come out, slap nuts, sit down. Welcome to the ring now. Yeah. Got the whole chat screaming when the logic break down. Yeah. Welcome to the ring now. You ain't built for this smoke. Y'all slap nuts, ain't got milk for these old donuts. So pipe down. Pipe down. You might drown. You don't want war with the king right now. Yeah. Welcome to Sparring with Santana.
Welcome.
Bring your sources or bring excuses, whatever. Doesn't really matter either way. You're about to get cooked. You should know who I am by now.
Yup. Boom, 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 boom. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana, guys. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, do all the wonderful things. Tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. I'm resetting the daily gift code to the little roses. If we can knock those out, that'll help. Also, if you like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you, just like Gabriel. Oh, Gabriel started us off right with a $20 donation. W's in the chat for Gabriel for the $20 donation, saying good morning, chocolate thunder. Boom. I know that's right. W's in the chat for Gabriel. Thank you so much for that $20 donation. If you're over on YouTube, just like W's in the chat for Katie for the $5 super chat to say, paying for my education. You're a master Jedi and I'm a Padawan. P.S. Fuck Stephanie. God damn it. Stephanie's still catching it. W's in the chat for Katie. And W's in the chat for Zumba for the $9.99 super chat to say thanks for the pep talk yesterday. I started reading this book. I started reading the book that I mentioned in the Discord. I'm halfway through chapter 1. I wasn't kidding. It's really, wait, you weren't kidding. It's a really hard read. Yes. And you know what? I'll say this really quickly. And again, guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. The thing that I want to tell people, poll.smoker, fuck off, you troll. I don't care about like whatever you're saying. You're muted. The one thing that I'll tell people, if anyone is like following my reading pattern, like if you guys are following my recommendation for the books that I'm reading, or you're like even trying to catch up on some of the books that I'm reading, because this morning I just finished War on All Puerto Ricans. Like that book, it's called War on All Puerto Ricans, Revolution and Terror in America's Colony. And that's another really hard read. So if you're trying to follow along with the books that I'm reading, and like I recommend it, but I recommend taking some kind of break in between reading. like I'm just going like back to back to back, consuming as much information as I can because that's how I am. But if you're someone who's doing a similar situation, I would recommend some type of break it up some type of way, whether it's like some book that has nothing to do with like American imperialism, the way that the different systems have affected society and all this other stuff. Just switch it up. The book that I'm reading now, this is kind of like a me thing for me, and also it's like politics, but regime change inside the imperial presidency of Donald Trump by Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan. That just came out, and so that's my read right now. That's my breakup from like imperialism, is listening to Trump. So yeah. Anyway, W's in the chat. Thank you so much for that super chat, and W's in the chat for Tiffany for sending out a YouTube subscription. W's in the chat for Tiffany. If anyone else likes support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. The United States of America is an absolute global joke now, and we have to get into the reasons why our country has become a global joke. But first and foremost, Jacob, how are you?
I'm doing good. How's it going?
Good. Jacob, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Oh, wait. No, my bad. I am not a Trump supporter.
Okay. Do you disagree with anything on the background?
No, I agree with everything. My bad.
Oh, okay. No worries. I appreciate you. I'm going to drop you down.
Have a good day.
You as well. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. W's in the chat as well for Angie. Hey, Angie. Angie sent a $5 donation saying, "Good morning, Santana. Do you think that justice will ever be served for Renee Good, Alex Purdy, Keith Porter, and others that have been killed by ICE? Thanks for all the education." Thank you so much, Angie, and I hope you're having a great morning. Long answer short, no. No, I think that there may be lip service. I think there will be some conversations. I think there'll be like talks around accountability and people to be held accountable and all this other stuff. But no, I don't think so. Because I think it's going to be like justification found in like line of duty and all this other stuff. And they're going to reassign the people and move them around, stuff that cops do, right? Stuff that law enforcement do. So no, I don't. I'm sorry. That's how it goes. Anywho, only request up if you are a Trump supporter. God dang it. If you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background, we're only looking for some debates. Hi, Brian. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Well. Soy boy Santana back at it again with the
only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If I would have realized that's who it was, I would not have accepted him up. I'm telling you, I don't do the weird shit. I'm sorry. Like, I don't find your stick funny. I legitimately think you need to get a new one. I legitimately think you need to get a new one. Get a new stick. At least when you come here. Like, if that's going to be your thing in other places, fine. I don't care. But like, if you're going to be here, then I need you to do something better than whatever the fuck it is that you're doing. It's not funny. I'm not interested. Anywho, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Keep tapping the screen. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 50,000 likes. Also, let's keep knocking out the daily gift goal. Right now, it's the little pink heart puffs. While we wait to see if anyone will actually have what it takes to get in the box, there's a lot of things that I want to cover with you guys. There's a lot of things that I want to cover with you guys. And instead of like me worrying about the trolls in the chat and, going that way or whatever, I'm going to just lock in and cover this shit because there's a lot of important things that we have not gotten an opportunity to talk about. And I'm going to talk about it. If you're over on YouTube, Twitch, Kick, Instagram, and you would like to debate me, you do not have to leave where you are. The only thing that you have to do is click that link and it'll get you up here so you can debate me. All right. So, guys, you guys know that the United States actually engaged in additional strikes with Iran, right? We understand that ramped back up. Donald Trump it stated that we went through like multiple days of bombing of Iran. There's so much to that, and we really need to break it down. Donald Trump threatened war crimes, so we'll listen to that in just a moment. But one thing that I want to talk about, and this is super important, we all know that Iran has shut off the Hormuz Strait, the Strait of Hormuz. Why did I say it like Trump? Strait of Hormuz. But that's not the only thing. Now, they're really threatening to do their big one by saying that they plan on using the allyship that they have to shut off the gateway to the Red Sea, which is an even bigger deal. It's an even bigger deal. But give me a second. We'll go into that in just a moment. 1 second here. I don't know if this person's going to load. Star Pirate, if you are here and you want to request back up, you can go ahead and do so. It looks like you're not loading. So you can request up. So this came from Reuters. After Hormuz, Iran turns to the Red Sea gateway as a new pressure point. Having choked off shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, Iran is now signaling it could play its most dangerous card yet, using Yemenis Houthis allies to shut down Ba El Menbelin. I'm sorry, I know I'm saying that wrong. Gateway to the Red Sea, opening a new front against Washington and putting two of the world's most vital energy entries at risk. The U.S. strikes deepen inside of Iran, and Houthi attacks escalate in tandem. Analysts say Tehran is widening its conflict and seeking an increased pressure of Washington by extending the threat to global trade and energy supplies beyond the Gulf. Long story short, right? If this actually happens and they actually choke off those 2 points, we're going to see a massive increase in energy cost, right? Both of those actual areas are vital to world energy shipping, not just the United States of America. There's so much to it, right? So that's one threat that they are levying if the United States of America continues to actually engage. It also says that the Yemen officials warned on Monday that the country armed forces were prepared to close the area, and that could actually increase the oil to $200 per barrel. All right. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Star Pirate, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Star Pirate, seems like you're having a little bit of an issue loading in. Can you hear me? Okay. I don't know what's happening, but you're not loading. So, like I said, this is a big deal, right? This is absolutely a big deal. And with this, it speaks to where we are in the positioning for Brian. Get out of the request. You absolutely bring no substance. I mean, seriously, you coming up here and like doing the weird shit, I have no interest in that. So unless you're actually here to debate, get out of the request. I don't care about your weird AI. I don't care about your whole soy boy shtick. I don't care about any of that. If you're actually here to debate, then Brian, I'm gonna let you up right now. And I'm telling you, if you don't come up here to actually debate, I'm gonna block you. I need you to hear what I'm saying. I'm going to give you a moment to think about that. You can stay in the request and I'll let you up if you're here to debate. But if you're not here to debate, I am going to block you. I don't care about the weirdo shit that you're doing. It's not entertaining to me. And like, what the fuck are we doing? I'll give you a second to think about that. So while all of this is happening, like I said, Donald Trump is actually threatening war crimes, right? And also at the same time as threatening war crimes, he's also lying about what the actual price of oil per barrel is going to be. Right? He's literally pretending as if everything is going well. And since everything is going well, we are the ones in the seat of power. Listen to the threats of war crimes.
Do you anticipate that the strikes we're seeing this week against Iran will expand? Are you considering hitting energy targets or other locations inside of Iran?
I'll save the energy targets for last, but ultimately we'll hit energy targets, yeah. But we're going to hit them very hard tonight. We're going to hit them very hard tomorrow night. We're going to hit them very hard the night after. And then next week it gets really bad for them because next week comes the power plants. Next week comes the bridges. We're going to knock out all their power plants. We're going to knock out all their bridges unless they get to the table and negotiate.
So those are the threats of war crimes that Donald Trump is engaging in, right? But not only is he engaging in threats of war crimes, he's actually lying about what's happening.
Have Iran defeated soon. They'll be defeated very soon. And then I guess it'll be even better. But, you know, even during this, it's been amazing. I mean, to think, so I call it a military operation, but I call it whatever you want. It's incredible. It's like it hasn't made a dent. A lot of people thought oil would go up to $350 a barrel, and today it's at $79. A couple of days ago, it was at 68. It went up a little bit because I had to take tough action because they did not obey what they're supposed to obey. I mean, they just didn't do it. So we took a little action, but it'll all, when that settles down, I think you're going to have $55 oil, which is all great for what you're doing, maybe less than that.
So again, Donald Trump is openly, blatantly lying, not only about our footing when it comes to the war with Iran, but also what the potential ramifications will be when it comes to oil, right? So it's really telling as far as where we are. All right. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Brian, are you here to debate?
Here's what you're going to do. You're going to listen to fucking daddy right now, Soy Boy Santana. Here's what you're going to do, okay? First of all, you're going to fucking unban me.
I just blocked him. Literally just blocked him. I told him to come up here to debate, and he absolutely came up here to continue to be weird. So, like, I mean, I'm not understanding. Like, so this is the interesting thing about the internet. A lot of people come on the internet to craft these like personalities or whatever. I have no interest in like crafting this like weird personality. I may be a little bit over the top at times, but the person that I am online is the person I am in person. I'm not always on like I am while I'm, online, but I don't do like these exorbitantly weird things online. And then I'm just, a cubicle worker offline. I have no interest in people who decide to actually engage in the weird shit. I don't care. I don't care. Fuck off. Anyway, like I was saying, so Donald Trump is absolutely lying about where we are with the actual war, right? And how things have impacted us. But I think that's super important to understand that one, Iran is not backing down, and even more so, two, they are possibly escalating things. All right. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you are over on YouTube, Twitch, Kick, Instagram, and you like to join the debate, you can do so. The only thing that you have to do is click that link. You don't have to leave where you are. You just have to click the link and you can join the live. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Oh no, I didn't know that was Can you hear me?
Yep. So you're not a Trump supporter, or you don't disagree?
Capitalism doesn't compare to socialism. I'm just looking at them real quick.
Yeah, take a moment. Guys, if anyone would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and links are in the bio. Santana Speaks For You. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. Guys, we got the music notes right now. We need 32 more music notes to knock this out. Can we please knock out the music notes? Can we knock those out, guys, please? And also, can we get the likes up? You guys are tapping kind of slow. Can we get the likes up to like 75,000 likes? Come on, guys, lock in, please. W's in the chat for all of you. Okay, do you disagree with anything on the background?
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
But I agree with a lot of it. But there's two sides to every one of them. So it's like a,
Okay, but do you disagree with anything?
Global. What's the global power one? I can't read it. It's
reduce
a
global power, reduce the U.S. military. Yeah, it shifts once you come up on the panel. We need to cut the United States military budget and reduce our global presence.
Yeah. Well, Christians weaponize the Bible. Yeah, that can be true in some cases.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate you. I'm gonna drop you down.
Thank you.
Yep. I appreciate you again, guys. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter, disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. We got someone in the request. I'm sure this is going to be a troll. Either they're going to slur or do something weird. Let's see what happens. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
You thought you were going to get rid of Daddy that fucking easy.
You are so fucking weird. You're so weird. It's super strange how proud you are to be that weird, but don't worry. Thank you for giving me another account to block. You fucking weirdo. Holy shit. Ari and I still need to do that late nights of men don't understand consent. We still have to have that conversation about how men don't understand consent. God damn it. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Hey, I am not a Trump supporter, but I did have a question if you have a moment.
Is it about disagreeing with something on the background, or is it just a question about something?
It's in regards to the capitalism doesn't compare to socialism.
Okay.
I'm sure you're familiar with the DSA by now.
Mm-hmm.
Are you familiar with a faction within the DSA called the Marxist Unity Group, though?
No. What about it?
So there's a group within the DSA that has a goal of, basically they want to move to communism.
Base.
They want to segue into socialism, and then ultimately.
For anyone saying what's the DSA, it's the Democratic.
I don't know what happened. Get out of that. Get out of that.
Little Wolf, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything in the background? Okay, that must have been. It's the Democratic Socialists. I'm sorry. Go ahead and finish what you were saying.
No, you're good. I just, that's just something that has been brought to my attention recently. That's kind of concerning.
Why?
I do like democratic socialism, but I guess I'm concerned that this faction could give democratic socialism a bad taste for people, right?
Why?
Well, like I formally expressed, their goal is to move away from capitalism altogether.
Base.
And that would effectively give the right more ammunition against the DSA, I guess, kind of thing.
So you're not worried about what they're actually saying. You're worried about the right?
No, I don't agree with communism. No.
Why not?
like I said, I'm not against socialism, but if you,
What do you think socialism is, and what do you think communism is?
My understanding is socialism is kind of a like full-blown socialism is a stepping stone to communism, right? Communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society. But my issue with it is that it would be an authoritarian regime. It's not
That's
just
not
going to
true.
be like I mean, yeah, ideally it wouldn't be true. I agree, but there's always going to be a power vacuum, right? So I mean, we can speculate about.
No, we don't have to speculate. We've seen communist societies prosper throughout the history of the world until the injection of capitalism. Like the idea of communal living is not something that's like just theory. It's not something that's just far off in the distance that, you know, is this ideal situation or whatever. I can say that,
though, which is something we don't have in America. We're very.
I'm sorry, I was in the middle of a sentence, so I couldn't hear what you were saying because I was talking.
I just don't disagree. I don't agree.
Yeah, I mean, that means I would like to actually finish my sentence before you chime in.
Go ahead.
Yep. Like I said, we've seen communal living throughout the history of society. We've seen it be effective and a way of life throughout society, throughout the world. And the injection of capitalism was what's derailed any type of communal living. Even within the United States of America, there has been a sense of communal living in Pennsylvania, and the one time where there were a group of people who embraced communal living and wanted to structure a society of their own in a compound in Pennsylvania. All three levels of the United States government, local, state, and federal, came together, made a decision to drop a bomb on the compound with United States citizens because they were so threatened by the idea of communism and communal living. So like saying that it has to be centralized with an authoritarian, that's not true. Even when it comes to like the necessity to have some type of power structure in place for governmental rule, the actual governmental rule is through whatever the desired goal is. And once the desired goal is completed, then the actual power has to be relinquished. There we go. Relinquished. I do understand your thoughts as far as like power and greed getting to people and continuing to hold on to power. But the thing that I will say that we have the benefit of is understanding history and understanding where people who originally had desires to switch towards socialism and communism and where that has actually shifted. We have the ability of understanding those things now, and we can make a better society with better parameters based off of failures of past societies.
And I mean, I see where your head's at. I don't disagree with like the theory of it. I just, again, disagree with the practicality. Like if you read the documents here that I'm looking at, you know, the whatever screenshots I've saved from their platform, I mean, they do specifically call for militant, you know what I mean? Like it.
Militant what?
Militant socialist candidates for public office.
Okay.
Specifically.
Okay.
Verbiage that they used.
What's wrong with that?
And I mean, I understand that. Yeah, communism works in small.
Wait, what's wrong with militant socialists?
Really scaling.
Wait, what?
I'm sorry, I thought I was talking.
Yeah, you were, but you didn't hear what I said. You like skimmed past it. You made a comment, and I said, "What's wrong with that?" And then you just started talking about other stuff. I want to know why you think that's a problem.
But that's what that was my concern initially. That was the authoritarianism that you kind of brushed off, and then I specifically mentioned they're calling for militant politicians.
Wait, so you're equating militant to authoritarian?
Yeah. I
those things aren't the same.
Okay, you can enlighten me.
Sure. Just because you're militant, meaning that you want a strong regimen of whatever the actual good is being done, does not mean that you are an authoritarian when you want a strict regimen of one party rule or singular rule. Like, I'm militant. Right. I'm militant about my beliefs as far as freedom for people. I'm militant about my beliefs when it comes to the basic life necessities being taken care of for people. I'm militant about my beliefs when it comes to ensuring the progression of Black people, but people as a whole, but specifically Black people. I'm absolutely militant in the things that I want to actually get implemented that'll be progression for all people. But I'm not someone who is an authoritarian where I want to centralize all power under one party or one person, and I want to have a ironclad rule on things. I think that the lack of understanding between authoritarian and being militant is what the problem is.
And I think I would use a different adjective there other than militant, right? To describe, like, devote. I have devotion to my family, right? Like.
What does it matter if it's the same thing?
Militant would be like military. Like, how is that not?
That's not the military. If you're talking about a strict devotion to a purpose, sure,
power,
but that's not military. Like, it seems like here that you're inferring your own ideas on what they're actually saying because you're doing like word association.
Chose that word specifically, right? I think Yeah.
Okay.
So I think it's silly to. You haven't even read any of this, though. You don't even know what the Marxist Unity Group is.
No, I don't. And I literally, I told you that. I said, what's the problem? I said, what's the problem? And you said a militant politician, and then you equated that to authoritarian. Even if you look at Cambridge definition. Right? Let's just look at the word. Let's look at the definition of the word, which I fucking hate definitions, but I do think they serve purposes at a time. Militant, a person or a group aggressively active in a cause, often willing to use force or extreme measures to achieve their goals. That doesn't mean, like, hold on. Let's do this as well. All right. Authoritarian describes a person, government, or institution that demands strict, unquestioning obedience and subordinate individual freedoms to authority. It emphasizes a hierarchy and control over personal liberties. That's from Merriam-Webster. Right? So if you just take a look at just the definition of what authoritarian is and what militant is, those things aren't the same. And even when you talk about, they talk about the actual frequent use of the word militant from a political and activism. It describes an individual who uses aggressive or disruptive, not necessarily violent, tactics for social or political change.
Militant literally says fighting or warring. That's a show of force.
Where are you getting that from?
If you Google the definition of militant,
I literally Googled it and I said, we're looking at Merriam-Webster. Where are you looking at it?
I just did Google again.
From where?
It's literally the first thing that shows up. It's the Google AI overview. And then if you pull up Merriam-Webster,
sure, give me a second here.
And engaged in combat.
Give me a second here. 1 second. One second.
It's wild.
Yeah, it is. It absolutely is. Give me a second here.
Are we saying different words? MILITANT? Oh, okay.
Yeah, what does that say?
I looked up militant.
Oh, wait, hold on. Sorry, wrong one. What does that say?
Militant would be a requirement of.
What does that say?
Do you disagree?
What does this say?
Would militant be?
What does this say? Like you sat there and said you did the AI overview. This is the AI overview. What does that say?
Force and extreme measure. Yeah. Often willing to use force and extreme measure. Yeah. Okay. So what were the brown shirts?
Okay, wait. Can you admit
They're not a
that you
militant
literally just said, "Oh, are we looking at a different word?" When I told you that militant is a person or a group aggressively active in a cause or willing to use force or extreme measures to achieve their goal. And then I talked about, even with the overview, it says in a political sense describes individuals who use aggressive or disruptive though not through necessarily violent tactics for social or political change. Like I literally sat there and said that, right?
I'm following you. That's my bad. Okay. But I'm saying that they use that word purposely, right?
Okay.
Okay. That's what I'm getting.
So your entire problem is that you're scared of words.
It's an authoritarian system.
It's literally not an authoritarian.
It's
Okay.
Authoritarian verbiage.
It's literally not, but it's okay.
Capitalism.
Sure.
In the presidency.
The issue is that you don't understand how words work, and that's literally not what it is. We're gonna do this again because for some reason, like, we're here. Cool. Can you read what this says?
Describes a person, government, or institution that demands strict, unquestioning obedience and But again, you talked
wait, hold on.
good.
Okay, so you read that. That's authoritarian.
Right?
That's authoritarian. What does this say with militant?
A person or group aggressively active in cause, often willing to use force or extreme measures to achieve their goals.
Are these two things the same?
Yeah, they are. What are you talking about?
Authoritarian describes a person, government, or institution that demands strict.
Militant, brown shirt.
I'm going to mute you because this seems like this is a comprehension issue.
This is so disingenuous. Right
No,
now.
this is literally you. I'm muting you because I think it's a comprehension issue. I'm going to go through this one more time. Authoritarian describes a person, government, or institution that demands strict, unquestioning obedience. This demands strict, unquestioning obedience and subordinates individual freedom to authority. Like, you have to give your freedom to authority. It emphasizes a hierarchy and control over personal liberties. Where does this say anything about like centralizing personal liberties under one person? This says that you're going after a goal aggressively and disruptively for things that are needed. Fuck out of here. Of course he left. That's such a fucking disingenuous thing to pretend there's like, oh, this is so bad because they used the word. Fuck out of here. Like, you're such a fucking coward. You're such a fucking coward. Just like no one gives a fuck about what you're saying in the comment section. You're going to run and then think that I'm going to let you just yip yap in the comment section. And then you fucking, in his fucking bio, it says Texas radical left. How the fuck are you radical left, but you're scared of being militant? I sent you a request. Get back up here. Get back up here, you coward. You have a radical left in your bio, but you're scared of being militant. You're performative. You're literally just performative. You want to seem as if you're tough, but you just want comfort. You're scared of being labeled militant? I'm militant as fucking what I believe. Such a coward. This is why I say, like, people who call themselves moderates is the reason why our country has never gotten any type of like substantial legislation passed that continues to benefit people, because people pretend as if they want change, but they don't want change. They just want comfort into the position where they are the ones oppressing people. People don't want to change the actual governmental society. They just don't want Donald Trump in power. They want whoever they want in power. They don't want to actually change the way that the fucking government runs. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart. Me, it's only one coin, and we'll boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Julia wants to rub my militant fag.
I knew it. This person's been waiting in the comment section. I mean, not in the comment section, but in the request for a long time just to be weird to get an AI thing off. But guess who got blocked before they could do that weird AI shit? Guess who got blocked before they could do the weird AI shit? I am so on this now. Like, you guys don't understand. I am locked and loaded and ready for the weirdo shit. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? I'm telling you, I'm so locked in and ready for you guys doing the weirdo shit. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? I think that may have been an accident. You said, what did the person say? Hold on. Oh, the normal, whatever. You said, funny, your blocks don't scare anymore. Okay, sure. Let's see. I just sent you a request. I sent you a request. The normal guy or normal. Yeah, I'm just going to call you the normal guy. Fuck that. I sent you a request and I muted you. I see that you follow me. I know you're in here all the time. I sent you a request. Now you have two options. One, get up here. Or two, I'm going to block you if you don't come up. And you turned off you turned off your permissions for requests. You got 10 seconds. Don't worry. 10 seconds. That's fine. If my blocks don't scare people, then let's see what happens. You got 10 seconds to get up here or I will block you. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. All right. That's fair. That's fair. You're saying my blocks don't scare people anymore. That's okay. Let's see how that works out for you then. Let's see how that actually works out for you. Boom. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly and like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, keep tapping the screen. Can we knock out the little finger hearts? Can we knock out the finger hearts, please? Please, please, please. This weirdo over on YouTube said, dude, get off the plantation. Plant these nuts in your mouth, coward. I can mute you over on YouTube as well. Either you get up here and debate me or you can fuck all the way off. What's the name again? Jenny. I'm sorry. Old Texas, whatever. Sure. Old Texas, whatever. Where's the fuck you go? Got you. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
I'm not a Trump supporter. I just disagree with the part of capitalism and socialism.
What do you mean?
You say capitalism doesn't compare to socialism as if socialism is better, right?
Yeah. Have you and I talked about this?
No, we talked for like 2 minutes, but I had to go and I didn't continue the conversation.
I remember you, and I think I remember you running. We talk way more than 2 minutes. Don't lie. Like, I can go back in church. I do remember you.
You basically said that Elon Musk was a billionaire because of slavery, because minerals come from slavery. I was telling you that that's not
I was talking about the exploitation of resources. Yeah. We did a whole thing, and you were supposed to be getting me a source, and instead of getting your source, you ran.
No, I didn't.
You were supposed to be getting me a source for the stuff that you were claiming, and you didn't get a source. You ran.
No, I just went out while you were speaking. I didn't.
You ran, and then you didn't come back, and you've been here for days. Like, I see you all the time.
I just literally came this time after the first time I talked to you.
You're lying. The reason why I noticed you is, one, because your profile picture is one of like the Statue of Liberty, and then two, your actual profile name. You don't think I would recognize the name because it's so, like, you know, a whole thing?
Yeah, it's literally the second time I'm here. So
okay, that's fine. You're dishonest. I have no interest in actually
engaging. I'm not being dishonest at all.
You're literally being dishonest. You're not going to gaslight me. Like, I may not be the smartest man in the world, but I absolutely pay attention, especially to my comment section. Like, I talk to my comment section a lot. I see who's in my comment section, and even more than that, like, I check and see who's in the live because I send like friendlies, invites, and all this other stuff. So you're not going to sit here and play in my face. Like, we're not going to do that. I have no interest in that one. You said afraid as fuck. Afraid of what? I've already dog walked you. You ran. Like, I dog walked you and you ran. And then you can't even be honest. So what's the point of actually debating you again? Like, you sitting here pretending like you haven't been here multiple times when I've seen you. Fuck off. Cry about it. Cry about it, coward. How about that? Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Let's see if they actually, somehow get up here and debate. I doubt they will. I doubt they will. I doubt that any of them will come up here and engage because, so the fuck they do. Hi, Tiger. I think you're a Trump supporter, but do you disagree with something on the background, or are you here to tell me why you support Trump?
I'm trying to read. I can't read the far right.
Yeah, on the far right, it says white people embrace white supremacy, and then it says global power reduce the U.S. military.
You want to reduce the military?
In multiple aspects, yes.
Well, we might disagree on how. I would love to get rid of veteran fraud. Maybe you want to reduce the budget. Well, let's dive into that. So, what part of the military?
Let's start here as a baseline to see if there's a debate for this. Do you think the United States military, with size and budget, needs to be reduced?
Size, no. Budget, yes.
Okay. All right. Tell me why you disagree with the point of the United States military being reduced with size and budget.
Well, I think we have to have the best stuff. I think I think peace through strength is, a very logical concept, because if you can't defend yourself and or go on offense, you don't have much of a country. And, as we've seen, whether it was any of these smaller countries that try to stand up to the U.S., they always get taken over, or even go back to the colonial days, imperialism, when we came here and took over this land from the natives, and we had better weapons, all that stuff. I mean, that's how the country started. We wouldn't be a country if we didn't have the military to do it.
That's not true.
All right, where am I wrong?
It wasn't that there were better weapons. It's literally the fact that the indigenous people were not someone who automatically expected the colonizers to be violent. Like, when the people that came here to colonize Turtle Island came under false pretenses. They pretended as if they were friendly, and they utilized the hospitality of the indigenous people to turn on them. And then when turning on them, it wasn't just about like, oh, they have better weapons, because indigenous people were literally kicking their ass in multiple aspects. But the one thing that that they had was the fact that they had lived through the Black Plague, like 100 years of where Europeans, the population of Europeans decreased by 30% due to like the different diseases and everything that they had. And so they utilized the weaponization of those diseases specifically. Right. It wasn't just an instance of them just being gross, which they were, but it was an instance of them weaponizing the diseases specifically to target people, the indigenous people, and to kill them off. So it wasn't just an instance of like,
that's a part of it, a bioweapon, I guess. But I mean, Santana, they had
I got
muskets,
a question for you, Tiger. Are you a Nazi?
No, I'm not a Nazi.
You're not a Nazi? I just got a message that said you're a Nazi. Why would they say you're a Nazi?
Well, I got a message that says that you're a conservative.
I don't care. I mean, like, this is a genuine question. Why am I being told that you're a Nazi?
I don't know. I've never even spoken about religion on this app ever.
Being a Nazi has nothing to do with religion. Do you have ideologies that would align with Nazis?
I don't think so. I don't know what that means. I mean, I'm a MAGA Trump. I'm a Trump voter. If that's what a Nazi is nowadays.
Well, I mean, he is implementing Nazis into the government. All right, well, we'll see. I'll wait and see if they send any other information, or if you exhibit any tendencies of a Nazi, and so then I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. All right, you can go ahead and reply to what I was saying.
Crazy. Well, yes, disease was used, I guess, as a bioweapon, but Europeans did have muskets, horses. Now, the difference, well, I mean, everything's true. You're right. If there was, smallpox and the Black Plague and all that stuff, like, that definitely unalived a lot of people. And if they were, trying to be friendly, but they weren't at the same time. But yeah, going back to what we were talking about just at the beginning, I think it's very important for us to have a strong military, whether it's a threat from China, Russia, anything. I mean, what's stopping Russia from getting in one of our NATO allies, backyard and taking it over? Estonia, Poland, they could just go right in there. I mean, what's stopping them? Our strength, the fear that we'd fuck them up. Isn't that how that works?
No.
No?
No. When you talk about like allyship, it's not about just one person. It's literally about allyship. And the premise that we need to continue to expand our military in order to be quote unquote this or that, like that's not even true. The fact of the matter is the United States military budget is the largest budget on earth, right? And not only just the largest budget on earth, but if you take the next 14 military budgets for other countries and combine them, then we still have the largest military budget on earth. The funny thing about those 14 other countries, though, is 11 of them are our allies, and one, India, we are at least friendly with. So we have at least a friendliness with 12 of the next 14 largest military budgets, right? We can take the United States military budget currently as is and cut it in half and still have the largest military budget by $300 billion. So the point that I'm making is that we can reduce the overall United States military budget and work on strengthening allyships to ensure that we have protections when it comes to any type of defenses. I think that we should always take a defensive posture, not an offensive posture. I do believe that we need to support our allies and have responsiveness available all around the world, but I don't think that we need to be in every single country. So that means if we need to sell equipment to our allies to make sure that they can hold up their end if we're not there, or if there's direct need for a United States president in a certain area, we can do that. But there's a multitude of ways that we can actually revamp and actually optimize the United States military that will benefit the men and women in uniforms, will benefit veterans, and will benefit the American people while cutting down on the imperialism and also the military industrial complex.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's definitely a need. Now, I wanted to talk a little bit about this because I'm passionate about this issue.
It's a need.
Well, it's a need to have bases around the world. I mean, some countries want them, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they want us there. I mean, Japan and Korea, a lot of those countries want us there, so they don't have to pay anything. But there's also other countries in Latin America that aren't, really too keen on us being there. So I don't know. You can cut it in half if you really want, or at least by a quarter.
Oh, okay.
I know Colombia, up until recently, they wanted to get rid of the bases we had there. That we've had a shaky relationship with them, but they just elected a Schnazi too, apparently, because I guess everyone's a Schnazi. Now I want to talk about this issue, Santana. I did some research. The Hill wrote an article about veteran fraud, and apparently, again, you can look this up. There's been an increase on veteran VA spending. It's gone up 30%, but we've had a decrease in people signing up for the military.
I don't care.
You don't care about that at all?
No, I don't care about veteran
We can take
fraud.
that money and
I don't care about veteran fraud because you don't care about fraud, period. You're just virtually signaling.
Well, I care about police fraud, firefighter fraud.
You don't care about fraud.
I do.
Because if you cared about fraud, you
people.
wouldn't be supporting Donald Trump. You're just virtual signaling.
I'm being objective. I'm talking about police fraud.
Okay,
firefighter fraud,
are you saying that fraud
is?
Are you saying that fraud is a real issue for you, and you actually care about fraud?
Yeah, and it's white people too. White,
this has nothing to do with race.
Too.
I'm just saying, period. Are you saying that you care about fraud? Is fraud a deal breaker for you?
It's not a deal breaker, but it needs to be addressed.
Okay, so it's not a deal breaker. So if it's not a deal breaker, then which fraud are you willing to overlook then?
To be honest with you, I'm willing to overlook a couple $100 of fraud in food stamps if people need to eat.
Oh, okay, but that's not the question. What type of fraud are you willing to overlook? Not the amount, but what type? Because you're saying
EBT fraud. If you buy your brother a Pepsi at the gas station, I don't think you should go to jail if you got an EBT card. If you're raking in $4,000 a month because you said you hurt your shoulder on the job, they need to go to jail.
Okay, so you're saying is there any other fraud that you're willing to overlook outside of food subsidies?
Yeah, I'm sure if you could name a couple. I can't think of anything.
I mean, what's hot on your list that you're like, oh, this is fraud? Because I'm assuming that you've done investigations into other types of fraud. And even when you mentioned food subsidies, I'm so happy that you actually mentioned that, because that's 1%. I think it's 1 or 2% as far as fraud. So that's one of the lowest frauds that people can actually engage in. So it's interesting that you specifically said that one, but I would assume that you've looked into other types of fraud if you're going to make this claim that you're good with some fraud, but you're not good with other fraud.
Well, I'm okay if there's a little fraud from poor people that need to get by. I'm not okay with mass fraud across the board, like looting Medicare, people that do that shit. Rick Scott got in huge trouble. I'm not okay with that.
So
I'm trying to be objective here.
Fraud on a mass level is a deal breaker for you?
It's not a deal breaker, but it's deeply disappointing. I don't like it.
I mean, the Lakers not winning the NBA championship is deeply disappointing. The Carolina Panthers not beating the Rams in the playoffs is deeply disappointing. Fraud on a governmental level, that's a deal breaker for me. So I'm confused as far as if you're saying that you care about it, but it's not a deal breaker.
Okay, well, it depends. Obviously, it depends. If it's a Republican, it'd have to be so bad that I'd be like, holy shit, I'm staying home. I'm being honest with you.
But if it's a Democrat, then you're willing to condemn
them. Not necessarily. I'd have to look at it.
You don't see why I say that you don't actually care about fraud? You're just virtual signaling?
Well, I could say the same thing of. Obviously, we give the people we like a little bit of benefit of the doubt until it gets so bad until you're like, okay, I got to.
No, we don't. That's the weird shit that you guys do. No, I hold the same standard no matter who it is. Whether I quote unquote like them or not, fuck him. I've been calling for him to step down since we found out he had a fucking Nazi tattoo. I don't give a fuck about him.
You actually calling for him to step down?
Yes. Yes, okay. I've been saying fuck that guy ever since they broke the story about him having a Nazi tattoo, and for him to say, oh, we didn't really know, we were out drunk, it was a whole thing. No, fuck that. So that's not a got you. Right, a lot of people have been saying that, but I'm not an establishment Democrat. I don't hold those biases. I don't care about the individuals. I care about the people.
Santana, all the hardcore lefties, Piker, Ro Khanna, Bernie, they were vouching for him the whole time.
I don't give a fuck. Warren. None of them are me.
Well, they're on your side. They're left. They're
okay.
Left to the left.
David Duke is on your side.
Yeah.
So am I holding you accountable for David Duke?
Maybe. Are you? I mean, I got accused of being a Nazi right when I came up here. Not by you, but whatever clown wrote you. But
even in that situation, what did I say to you?
Well, you asked me if I was a Nazi, and I said no.
And then what else?
You said you gave me the benefit of the doubt.
Okay, so do you think that I paint everyone with a broad brush? If I sat there and said, hey, are you a Nazi? Do you engage in Nazi rhetoric? I said, okay, unless someone else sends me some other information or you show yourself to be one, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. So are you going to sit here and play in my face and pretend as if I hold you accountable for other people's ideology?
No, I mean, but, we have to check those people on our side. If David Duke is a Trump supporter, they need to be reeled in. He can't be. For example, the guy that was calling everybody the N-word. I wasn't a fan of that. Is he on our side politically? Yeah, Dalton or whatever the hell his name was. He was making us look bad. He went too far, and now he's sitting in jail.
The point that
a lot
I'm
of us were
making
telling him to
is that
stop.
I hold the same standard for everyone. So if there's someone who is engaging in fraud, I don't care about their political ideology. I don't. No. If you're engaging in fraud on a mass level, then I don't care who you are. Like that means nothing to me.
Do you think do you consider insider trading fraud? Or you just consider it not really that doesn't really count?
When it comes to insider trading, like I disagree with it. I disagree with a lot of stuff, but as long as there's legal loopholes, and like if we close these legal loopholes and then it's still being done, then I got a problem with it. But as long as there's legal loopholes and people continue to find ways to get around the shit, I mean, I guess. So
yeah, I mean, I guess
I don't like it, but it's not something that I condemn if it's within the legal realm.
Yeah, I mean, I understand.
So the point that I'm getting across is you sit here. I'm still going to double down on what I'm saying. You're virtue signaling, because if you're going to sit here and say that you care about fraud, and this is such a big thing, and you want to talk about fraud within the VA, but yet you deny or you're not engaging with the fraud that Donald Trump has allowed. Right? Not only just allowed, but Donald Trump has pardoned people to the tune of, I think it's like 1.6 trillion with a T, trillion dollars of fraud for people now, American citizens that won't get restitution for people that have defrauded the United States citizens. So Donald Trump has literally created a safe haven for not only for people to commit fraud, but also for those people who have been punished for fraud to be given a way out.
Well, I'd have to look at all the cases. I'm sure that there's some stuff in there and he's pardoned things I don't agree with. I'm sure. I'm not
saying do you agree or you disagree. I'm saying it's not a deal breaker for you. So you're just virtue signaling, like you pretending.
I guess if you want to call it that, then yeah.
Okay, so you're using this one instance as something as like a rallying cry when you don't hold consistencies across the board. Like that's virtue signaling.
To be honest with you, I always consider these politicians are always going to be fraud and stuff, but we can tackle the fraud on a local level. Again, please fire veterans that are collecting benefits that they shouldn't. It's a lot bigger problem than you think. They're 100% disabled, but they're out playing basketball.
I don't give a fuck.
This shit happens all the time.
I legitimately don't give a fuck. I mean, if you're willing to actually put your life on the line for our country, then you deserve better. Like, how about we actually improve veteran benefits so they don't have to engage in quote unquote fraud? How about we actually make sure that our men and women in uniforms have better standards of living? And at the same time, if someone was willing to put their life on the line for the country, that they don't have to worry about the way that they live life so much to the point where they have to quote unquote engage in fraud. Like, why not?
But Santana, they don't. 85% of these cases they're not even combat related. They're at boot camp.
Where are you getting that information from? Where you get that
The Hill wrote a big article. I'll tell you the percentage.
And you're saying that they said 85% of claims
I
aren't
read that
combat related.
The specific,
you gave a specific number. You said 85%.
Yeah,
so that's a real number.
And an actual,
that 85% number is a real number. Where'd you get that from?
No, one of the articles I read.
Where? Can you give me the title? I want to source that.
I'll give you the first one.
No. I want you to give me whatever source you're utilizing to say that 85% of those claims. Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Guys, keep tapping the screen. Share the live. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter, disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you like support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you. It's the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, just like Brand sent a $5 super chat to say it takes them so long to get around to the "you support all Democrats too" thing. When it falls flat, they're just like, all right, I ain't got nothing. Every single fucking time. Every single time. W's in the chat for Miss Bella Sella for the $5 super chat to say, caller, do you know how hard it is to get 50% from the VA, let alone 100%? I know for a fact it's super hard. Most fraud from VA has been from Republicans cutting funding. No, all I need you to do is just tell me the title of what
I got it right here for you.
Yeah, I don't want, just tell me the title. I can put it on the screen.
I'm not going to drop my pants. Just type it in.
No, I don't care about that. You're not getting the big screen.
Here. It says 80-90%.
Can you listen to what I'm saying? Turn your camera off. All you have to do is tell me the title, and then once you tell me the title and the source, I'm going to put it on the screen because I stream to multiple platforms and I want everyone to be able to see it. Putting you on the quote unquote big screen will not let everyone see it. What's the source and the title? W's in the chat for Miss Bella Sella for the $5 super chat, and then another $5 super chat to say you don't even get 100% disability from the VA if you lose a limb. Yes, I know it's so hard to get 100% disability from the VA. They make it like you got to go tooth and nails to actually do that.
All I have is the AI. There's like 3 different sources that it pulled from. One of them is a YouTube video.
That's not a source.
Well, it's AI Google.
Yes,
give me 1 second.
AI. Oh my. Holy shit.
Santana, you use AI. No,
I use AI only for shit like a definition. I don't use that as a source. I think that's so, like, if you understand how AI overviews work, like, you would understand why I get frustrated with it. AI is not a source.
All right, 1 second.
W's in the chat for Phoenix Eyes for the $5 super chat to say caller is holding onto his mask for dear life, like struggling to hold it, struggling. W's in the chat as well for Gabriel for the $2 super chat. I'm going to read this out. You said one reason unrelated to combat that I get VA disability is due to PTSD from being raped. It greatly affects me daily. Yeah, I think that there's a complete misnomer around like what actually happens to the men and women in uniform that actually serve this country and put their lives on the line, and the mental toll that it takes on people. Like the one reason that I respect Solid so much, not only because he's just genuinely a good person, but the effort that he's currently putting in to try to make this movie for the 2nd 16th Battalion that he was a part of, highlighting the voices of Black people. As a matter of fact, check out the link tree in my bio. It's called Not All Green. He's making a documentary highlighting the voices of the Black soldiers from that battalion. That's the famous battalion that actually stormed the beach of Normandy. He was a part of the lineage of that battalion. He was a medic, and while being a soldier, he literally experienced massive levels of racism, including his first day being there. He left, he came back to the barracks, and on his bunk was a noose, and he was their combat vet. The combat medic, literally the person that was supposed to be saving their lives, and they thought it was appropriate to quote unquote put him in line by leaving a noose on his bunk on his first day. But he's making a documentary highlighting the voices of those actual men and women in uniform, those Black men and women whose voices has not been elevated. And so he has a total goal of $25,000. I think he's like close to like 19,000 or so And so he's looking to make this movie. You can check out the link in my link tree. If you go to my link tree, you click on it. It's a picture, like his picture. If you can donate anything, just go there and do so. If you can donate $1, $5,
All right, I got
$100, whatever the case may be, go there and donate. But the point that I'm trying to make is Solid often relives some of those traumas that he experienced as far as being in the United States military, and he openly shares that, and you can see how that takes effect on him, and he's willing to do that. A lot of people don't understand the mental aspect of being in the military, and like that's something that we need to make sure that we call out. Deb's in the chat for Gabriel. Thank you for that $2 donation.
I sent you the link, Santana.
I just need you to read the title. I just need you to read the title and tell me the source.
Census.gov, new report on U.S. veterans and service-related disabilities. This says 70%. It's up from
so it's not 85%. Wait, you said it, how can it be up if you said 85 and now you're saying that it says that it's 70?
In 2008, it was 15% of people had combat related. Now,
sure. Give me a second.
30%.
You don't even have to do that. I have it right here. I'm putting it on the screen. Give me a second. Let me get it.
It's at the very top.
Yep.
So my 85% is old number. It was 2008. Now it's 70%. Have a. There you go.
1 second. All right, checking to see. Let me move this over here. Okay. And this is from Census. This is from November 6, 2024. The share of U.S. veterans with service-connected disabilities increased from 15% in 2028 to about 30% in 2022. This is according to a new report released by the U.S. Census Bureau. All right, so let's see here. Where are you saying? Okay, so here's other highlights. The share of veterans with neither a service-connected disability nor type of disability defined by the American Community Survey, the ACS, decreased from 65% to 52%. This literally doesn't say what you said it said.
Go to the very top. Yeah, that's the exact numbers.
We were just at the top. Where are you at? You said, okay, so just to make sure you understand. Hold on. Just to make sure you understand. You originally said that 85% of veterans receive benefits without having any type of actual issue.
Combat related, yes.
Yeah. And so this
right there, 100 minus 15 is 85% in 2008. Now it's at 70%. Do the math. 100 minus 15.
The share 85. Of U.S. veterans with connected disabilities, service-connected disabilities increased from 15% in 2028 to about 30% in 2022.
Correct. So my 85% number was old. Now it's at 70. So 70% of veterans are getting.
That's not what this is saying. That's not what this is saying.
Yes, it is. 70% of veterans get benefits with no disability or with no service connected, meaning they didn't hurt their arm, their leg, they didn't get pew-pewed at. They didn't.
Can you read what this says right here?
The share of veterans with neither a service-connected disability nor another type of disability defined by the American Community Survey decreased from 65 to 52. So that's saying 52% are getting benefits that never got shot at or hurt their arm.
Okay, so
or an ACS disability, maybe a head trauma.
What's the difference between 85 and 52?
Well, that's a 33% difference.
Yeah,
but that's still a massive amount of people getting benefits.
No, but that's not the claim you made. You said that it was 85%, and now you're trying to say it's 70%, where it clearly tells you what it dropped to.
Well, now this is it's adding more information. Now this is
yes, because you're a headline hoochie. You tried to stop at the very top. You literally tried to stop at the very top.
All right, well, let's say it is 50. Are you okay, Santana, with 50% of people? They've never been physically disabled or mentally.
Yes.
Because American Community Surveys, mentally, you got raped or your drill sergeant.
Yes. I've already answered yes. And I'm sitting here telling you, I'm not just going to take your word for it, LeVar Burke. Like you tried to stop me.
Right here.
No, you tried. We haven't even finished looking at this. You tried to stop me at the very top. You tried to stop me at the very top when it had already disproved what you said. We're not even looking at this. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. After accounting for the demographic and the, I'm sorry?
There's way too much fraud going on. Keep reading. I'll mute up.
You don't have proof that there's fraud. Where's your proof that there's actual fraud? This doesn't even prove.
You have it highlighted right there.
This isn't saying there's fraud.
50% of people have nothing wrong with them and they're getting benefits.
You saying, wait. I want to be very clear. You saying that you don't agree with them getting access to benefits because did you serve?
No.
Okay, so who the fuck are you?
A voter. I'm a voter.
And
I vote on this policy.
Okay, that's fine, Tiger. You being someone who not only didn't serve, but who doesn't have any factual base to believe that this is saying that it's fraud, because this doesn't say that it's fraud, right? Just because it says that 52% of veterans don't have an actual quote unquote disability that's defined, they get access, does not mean that it's fraud. I want to be very clear. What we're looking at right now is a census survey about veterans that have gotten disability, not about fraud. I want to make sure that we're very clear. You're trying to conflate the two, and we're not going to do that.
Okay. Let's be more direct. I have people on this app that are combat vets that have, unalivings, and some of them get less money. I don't care about your anecdotal
sorrow. I don't care about your cool story.
Some people, they're getting less money than people that
I don't care about your cool story. What's your source that there's a bunch of fraud?
Okay. When I'm saying fraud, what I'm saying
no. Don't try. No. Don't try to backtrack. Don't try to backtrack and qualify now. Give me your source that says there's fraud, because now it sounds like you're about to try to run from your original claim.
No, we're having a conversation about it.
What
you brought up.
So
can I revise my
I'll let you.
It's not
I will let you speak. But just FYI, if you try to pretend as if you're now talking about something outside of fraud, then you concede, because your original point was there's too much fraud. You've been saying this entire time that it's fraud. You literally tried to conflate the premise that 52% of veterans get access where it's not related to disabilities, and you said that was fraud, but now for some reason you're backtracking on the premise of fraud. I'm telling you, if you backtrack on your actual characterization of fraud, then you concede. Floor is yours.
Let me ask you a question. Can I phone a friend who is a combat veteran that's in the request, and he talk to you about it?
No.
Do you want to bring him up because he's more educated on the topic?
No, this is your topic. You brought this topic up here. I don't care about your friend. I don't care about your friend. I want you to give me your source first. Sure. Right. You know what? I'll get him up here after we. Sure. No, it's fine. I'll bring him up here in just a moment. But first, I want your source on the fraud.
I don't have a. There's not going to be a fraud source. That
you said there was.
Let me revise my statement.
Oh, okay. But you're backtracking on the claim for fraud now.
Well, let me say my statement, and then you can tell me if I'm backtracking. Let's talk for myself. I believe that there's a lot of fraudulent claims that get approved by their doctor. As you saw, 50%.
What's your source?
I don't have a source.
Okay, so then it's just your fees. If you don't have a source, do you know what Hitchens razor is?
No.
Hitchens razor is a claim brought forth without source, and I'm paraphrasing. A claim brought forth without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. Hitchens razor.
I guess
if you don't have evidence, then I don't care about your claim.
The point of the matter is what you read on there is what I read. 50% of people don't have an ACS defined disability or a physical
That doesn't
injury,
mean that
they're
there's
getting
fraud.
benefits.
You literally said there was fraud.
What's that mean
and
then?
that doesn't mean that
There's
means that
nothing wrong with them.
52%. No, that's not it. But
No?
you're saying
Okay.
that, okay, you're going to stop talking, Tiger. That means that 52% of people from this survey are getting access to disability benefits without having a direct disability that's classified. That's what that means. It does not mean there's fraud. I'm not even saying that. Stop it. You're being bad faith. I'm not even saying that there's not quote unquote fraud, but I'm saying the thing that you're trying to sort is you're trying to cite as a source for fraud is not saying that's fraud. You're fucking lying. Rams, did you have an actual source of fraud that you wanted to add?
I don't have a source, but I have it that I seen it for over, I would say probably about 12 years of my life. I've seen fraud in and out of the military.
Okay. I mean, that literally doesn't surprise me, but do you have a source on veteran fraud though?
There's not going to be a source on that, sir. There never will be a true source on that.
Oh, okay.
That
So
source will never come out. There will never be any factual source that will come out and say that.
It's just claims by both of you.
They're not claims, sir. Now, listen to what I'm saying.
No, I'm saying you guys are making claims.
Sir, with all due respect, it's not a claim.
It is a claim if you don't have anything to support what you're saying.
Speak, yes or no?
I will let you speak, but I need you to be clear in understanding. And this is the confusing part for a lot of people that come and debate me. I don't care about anecdotal stories. I don't care about feelings. I don't care about I think. I care about empirics. So if you're going to make an empirical claim, I'm just going to finish because maybe you don't know the rules of engagement and I'm just letting you know. If you're going to make a claim that's based on empirics, then I will require those empirics. Your friend down here told me that 85% of veterans get access to disability without having a disability. And he was literally wrong. So the point that I'm making is if you're going to make an empirical claim, I am going to need a source. Floor is yours.
Okay, well, there's not going to be a source that you're looking for, sir. The military does not put that out. The military is never going to put those statistics out that you're looking for. It's never going to fucking happen. Same thing with statistics that people are looking for in the divorce rating in the military. They're never going to find those, all right? So here's the point that I'm trying to make to you, sir. I have seen multiple soldiers come in and out. I have seen soldiers come in 3 weeks, go out and try to get on disability because they got PTSD for being on, I don't know, let's say boot camp for 3 fucking weeks. Really? You're going to be in boot camp for 3 weeks? You're going to
I don't care about your cool story. Rams,
dude,
Ram, I don't care. I don't care about your cool story.
Are you going to listen to the what point are you going to listen to me, sir?
When you fucking provide factual information. Okay, then I don't care about your Rams. I don't care about your cool story.
He's a combat vet.
I don't give a fuck about his cool stories.
It's not a cool story, sir.
It's literally, how am I supposed to verify the shit that you're saying?
These are sorry stories.
How am I supposed to verify? You know what? Let me tell you about my experience. Well, what I did was realize that one of my best friends was being harassed by the government, by the Marines, and she was actually taken by the Marines. So me and my crew got together and we went to go get her. We went to go free her, and we stood across from the world government, across from the Marines, and I told my friend Sniper King to shoot that flag down. And they shot that flag down.
Sure they did.
That's when we stood up to the world government.
Sure they did. So you're telling me that you went against the United States government and the United States military?
What's the difference between your cool? What's the difference between your cool story and my cool story?
Wow, dude.
What's the difference?
Mine's factual. Because I was there.
Okay, prove it.
There, was you?
Prove it.
Was you there? I was.
Prove that I was. You weren't there. You don't know about me. You don't know about the gum fruit. You don't know about Nika. You don't know about the drums of liberation. You don't know what it took going through Skypea or Water 7 or Impel Down. Man. You don't know.
You're going a whole other direction, sir.
No, you don't know. I know. So what's the difference between my cool story and your cool story?
That's a psychotic version, sir.
What's the difference between my cool story and your cool story?
Because my story is 20 years, over 20 years of fucking experience.
Oh, my cool story is over yours. Wait, you said, wait. Hold on. Yours is 20 years. Give me your exact years. Give me your exact years. Give me your exact years. How long is your experience?
I don't know. You tell me.
No. You said that it's over 20 years. Give me exactly how many years.
Figure it out on your own. Also,
now you don't want to tell me about your cool story anymore?
No, don't need to. Because anything I say to you, you're not going to believe anyways.
It's
painfully obvious.
No, because I don't give a fuck about a cool story. And my cool story has your cool story beat.
Yeah.
Well, Santana, that's
my
kind of
cool
rude.
story. My cool story has your cool story beat.
That's pretty rude,
not only
Santana.
beat from the sense that like, oh, it's way cooler than your story, but my cool story is 29 years.
Storyteller.
My cool story is 29 years in the making and still fucking going. For anyone who didn't see, they just dropped the latest episode of Elbath. The latest episode of Elbath, and it just came out this Sunday. It is fucking fire. They're moving a little bit too slow. I can't wait till they get to Loki. Anyway, you got anything that I actually prove the shit you're saying? I'm not disrespecting a quote unquote combat vet. I'm calling someone who has no proof. Sure, I'm calling someone who has no proof for a claim that they're making. I'm calling them out. There's no difference between your cool story and my cool story.
That's not a cool story, sir.
Okay, then give me proof.
I just gave you proof.
You didn't. Your lying ass eyes is not proof.
One, there's no source on it. You'll never find a source, ever. Will you ever find a source on that, sir? Military doesn't give you sources.
I'm going to do this. W's in the chat for Savannah. Since my cool stories don't actually add up, don't worry, I got you. I'm going to read a couple of these off, and these are other cool stories, but it's based in actual information. W's in the chat for Savannah for the $5 donation. My husband is only at 90% disabled, and he took I'm not gonna say that he got injured through the neck. And holy shit!
How does it make
you feel
that military vets?
Give me a second. Shut up.
Well, we get disability.
Shut up, bro. Hey, if you can't stay on mute while I read these donations, I'm going to fucking kick you. Have some impulse control. Be an adult. Savannah, I'm not gonna read all of this out because of kind of the trigger warning, content warning of this. But I will say, W's in the chat for Savannah for the $5 donation. Her husband took a really, really bad shot in Afghanistan, and said we had to fight for that 90%. So what the fuck is 10% able supposed to do? 100% VA disability is the most impossible. F this guy, love you. I love you too. I'm telling you guys, like the only reason I'm not reading that out is because that's a massive trigger warning, content warning. But holy fuck, how's that only 90%? Debbie's in the chat for Catherine, who sent $2 to say, thank you for your service, but fuck you thank you for your service, but fuck you if you need help afterwards. Guess probably. Yeah, like that's the logic behind what they're saying. Debbie's in the chat for Sophia for the $1 donation. How about non-combat equipment failure injuries? Oh, that's a good one. Deb's in the chat for KT for the $20 donation, saying keep doing what you're doing. Absolutely. Thank you so much for the 20. Deb's in the chat for Anthony for the 2. Let's target veterans and ignore politicians. Like fucking facts. They don't actually care about fraud. Deb's in the chat for Cindy for the $5 donation, saying the article is being read wrong. Can I clarify? No, I got it. I've already called them out. I've already called him out for that. Debbie's in the chat for Joshua for the $1 donation. Yeah, like it's all assumptions. It's all assumptions. That's why I want him to actually bring that fucking shit up. And Debbie's in the chat for Aaron for the $2 donation. They tried to pull the same shit with Solid and got, of course, Solid fucking clocked him. Of course, solid fucking clocked him. What is this? Statement of John Retz, Deputy National Legislation Director, Committee of Veteran Affairs, United States Senate, October 29, 2025. This is interesting. This is interesting. W's in the chat for that. W's in the chat for Phoenix Eyes for the $5 super chat and say, can we summon Super Shamron? I know Super Solid goes off of donuts. He may be here. If he is, then we might have to get him in here. W's in the chat for all the donos. Thank you to the men and women in uniform, the spouses who have sent information over. For the people that actually added to this, I love you. I respect you. I think that you deserve and are owed more and better. W's in the chat for all of you. W's in the chat for all the donos. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Let me just baseline this for half a second so we can try to get on the same page and then we can go from there. All right. So what I'll say.
Do you think people in boot camp, soldiers in boot camp, deserve?
I was still in the middle of speaking. Holy fuck. When I mute you, that doesn't mean unmute and keep talking. I literally said, let me try to baseline this so we can get on the same page together. I'm not saying that fraud does not exist within the United States military. I absolutely think that fraud exists within the United States military. I think that fraud is rampant within the United States government, military, private sector, period. I think fraud is as American as America is American pie or apple pie. Holy shit. But the point that I'm making is while you have claims of fraud, I'm not saying your claims aren't valid. I'm saying without being able to prove your claims, you're literally just whistling in the wind. It has no substance and it provides nothing to the debate. Because if you can't prove what you're saying, then there's no difference between you saying, yes, it is, and me saying, no, it's not. So while you may be used to like just talking to other people and like going in circles, I have no desire to go in circles. I have only the desire to look at empirics and dissect what we have to dissect. So at this point, if you guys have any type of empirics for fraud that we can look at, I'm willing to look at that. If you don't have any type of empirics, then I don't care about your claims.
Even though somebody's got 20 years of military experience. Okay.
Wait, how am I supposed to validate your 20 years of military experience? I'm not saying that you didn't serve. I'm not saying that you didn't experience things. How am I, for this debate, supposed to prove or disprove the things that you're saying based off your actual experience from things that you said that you saw?
Well, don't
like
you
just
normally
genuine
get
question.
By someone that has experience?
Genuine question.
Trained by someone that has experience?
Genuine question. How am I going to disprove something that you said that you saw?
If I was teaching you how to shoot a weapon and training you, are you going to believe me?
What the fuck are you talking about? What does that have to do with anything?
I'm just asking you a simple question, sir.
Believe you what?
Because of my knowledge of something that I have, a good skill, a great skill, highly trained in, and yet what I have to say about it is not true because there's not a source on it. Okay.
Who's saying that you're wait? Who's saying that your experience in the United States military as a member of the military is something that is not accepted or quote unquote not true? I'm not saying that your experience, if you want to talk about the day-to-day life of a military member, sure, that's fine. But if you want to tell me about corruption and fraud within the United States military, unless you are the one engaging or investigating the corruption, then you are not a source of authority. Like, I don't care about appealing to authority, but you're not a source of authority.
I guess my job wasn't to point that shit out either.
What was your position?
That's everybody's fucking job as an E9.
What was your position?
Do you know what an E9 is?
What was your position?
Do you know what an E9 is?
Yeah, E9. That's your rank, right?
Exactly.
Okay, but what was your MO?
Is that not my position?
What was your MO?
Soldiers hold on. Is that not my position that soldiers with any type of PTSD
were you in the Army?
Does not get taken care of.
Were you in the Army?
Absolutely.
Perfect. Let's see. E9 is an enlisted pay grade in the United States Army, representing the
there you go.
The principle of non-commissioned officers, the NCO leadership, with 15 to 30 years of experience. It consists of 3 district ranks, all sharing the same pay grade, but with varying levels of responsibility. This has nothing to do with saying that your job. I'm going to finish my sentence. This
What was my
This says nothing. I'm literally in the middle of finishing what your quote unquote responsibilities are based off of this, since you wouldn't give any fucking context. Based off of the information that I just found in a quick Google search, this says nothing about you actually investigating fraud.
I didn't say investigating fraud. I said I investigate fraudulent people stating that they have post-traumatic stress disorder. That was part of my
Where does
job.
it say? Where does it say that? It doesn't say that at all here. Literally doesn't say that at all here.
It is my duty to help people out with post-traumatic stress disorder. I am to authorize.
Where does it say that? Okay,
to where they need to go for help.
Stop. Give me stop. You can prove. Wait. No. Stop, Rams. You're running. Don't run. Rams, you're running.
I want to hear it.
Stop. I'm telling you, you're fucking running. If you're saying that is the stop and listen. Stop and listen.
Even if I give you
stop and listen. If you're saying that's the responsibility of an E9, then you should be able to tell me, go to the Department of War's website where it lists the actual duties of an E9, and you will see it there. Can you show me the job description of an E9?
E4 on up, it's the duty from an E4
Can you show me the job description of an E9?
It even starts at the E4.
Sure. Can you show me the job descriptions of an
E9?
E9?
In front of you.
No, I don't. Tell me where it's at.
Right there in front of you. So like you said, it's an easy Google search, you say.
Tell me where the job description of an E9 is. That's not saying what the job description was, which I just looked up. Tell me where the job description is of an E9 that says the things that you just said.
You won't find that in the job description.
Oh, so you're full of shit.
Okay, if you say so.
Yes, I do say so. I do say so because if you're sitting here again, if you're sitting here saying that this is a part of your responsibilities and duties, but yet you can't actually list it out, then how do we verify that? That's fine. Hold on 1 second, because I didn't serve in the military, just like Tiger. 1 second. 1 second. I didn't serve in the military, just like Tiger didn't serve in the military. But Hawk did. Hawk.
Hey, what's going on, man?
How's it going?
I'm listening to this shit and trying not to let my brain explode.
Very good, Hawk. You served, yes or no?
I served 26 years, United States Marine Corps.
Okay, so is it your job?
Hey, Rams, please be quiet. Please be quiet and let him say what he has to say first, and then you can engage. You immediately cut him out. I told you he served before I passed him the mic. Whatever you thought that you were adding just now is absolutely moot at the moment. Please let him say what he has to say, and then you can go. Hawk, the floor is yours.
So let me explain this E9 stuff first and foremost, or whatever, because nobody in the military calls themselves an E anything. They tell you their rank, right? So in the Marine Corps, an E9 is either a sergeant major, a command sergeant major in Army language, or a master gunnery sergeant, who is a duty expert in their particular field, whatever that is. In the Army, a sergeant major is also a duty expert in their particular MOS, but a command sergeant major works directly for the commander, be that a battalion commander, division commander, or whatever. In none of those situations is it a sergeant's major or anybody else's direct job to do what he's saying, right? They would recommend an
Never
individual.
said it was the right job. I said it was a recommendation.
I'm still talking. They would recommend an individual if it was brought to them or they witnessed something or whatever, and the medical department would determine whether or not that individual deserved whatever.
And that's exactly what I said.
One second, Hawk. One second, Hawk.
Exactly
Rams, this is my last warning. If you interrupt again, I'm kicking you. You have to have impulse control. Be a fucking adult and stop interrupting. If you interrupt again, I'm kicking you. I'm letting you know right now. So if you make the choice to interrupt Hawk again, you're conceding, you're running, and I'm kicking you because you can't be a fucking adult.
He's saying the same thing.
Shut up, Hawk. Please finish.
So anyway, the way he's explaining what he's trying to explain is disingenuous. First of all, there is information out there where you can find out if there's any actual fraud. In my personal opinion, I'll state that up front or whatever, it's actually from the military to the individual veterans. Because one of the reasons why that crap that Tiger was trying to show you earlier, whatever those numbers were moving and changing or whatever, is because for a very long time, for decades, the military was ignoring the circumstances of these veterans and not giving them veterans benefits at all. They would just put them out. That's
true, Hawk. That is very true.
I'm still talking, Slick. Shut up.
And I kicked him because I told him that if he interrupted again, it's a concession and I'm kicking him. I refuse to engage with people who can't be an adult. You're sitting here pretending as if you want to actually advocate for a cause and you have conviction, but yet you cannot be an adult and let other people speak. Grow up. Find somewhere else to go crash out. I have no interest in that. I apologize, Hawk. Please finish.
No need to apologize. So yeah, oftentimes they would put these guys out on an administrative separation or something like that or whatever, and not give them any benefits whatsoever. Since they've been attempting, starting in the last administration, to try and improve veterans benefits and the like or whatever, things had gotten better. But if there is so-called fraud or whatever, that information is out there and attainable and you could find it. There is no fraud. That's the issue. And to the points that Tiger was trying to make earlier, whatever, first and foremost, your VA rating does not have to be combat related. You can have injuries and other issues or whatever just from being your job. What people don't understand is when you enlist in the military and you sign that contract, and I hate to use this phrase, but people will understand it, you become the property of the United States military. So anything that happens to you while you're in the military, that goes against whatever, right? So if you get injured just doing your job, it could be a training accident, it could be anything. That could be enough to get you a VA rating, right? It does not have to be combat related at all, right? You can get a rating for something like tinnitus, right? You can get a rating for sleep apnea, right? Something as benign, we would think, as sleep apnea can increase your rating for your VA benefits. It does not have to be combat related.
And that's what I'm saying is bullshit, because 50% of that.
Well, then,
I've been quiet on this panel for about 10 minutes.
If in fact, this goes to what Santana was telling you earlier. That's your opinion, sir. If you think that's bullshit, then go to your congressmen and your senators and get them to go to the Military Affairs Committee and get them to change those rules. But right now, those are the rules and regulations that define what the VA benefits are. If you don't like that, then you have to change the rules. Nobody cares about your opinion.
Well, Hawk, let me ask you this, and this is what Ramsey was trying to ask. Do you think that your monthly payout should be higher if you are a combat veteran and you got hit, or you were firing that pew pew, versus someone that got sleep apnea at Camp David and had to drop out?
That's a completely disingenuous question.
Why?
I'm going to tell you why. The immediate answer is it already is. Right? I didn't say that if you got sleep apnea that you would get 100%. That's not what I said. Some of the stuff that Santana was getting from people behind the scenes, people are struggling to get to 50%, let alone 100%. And guess what? If you get to 100%, that's not guaranteed to stay that way. They can take percentages back or whatever. Unless you get 100% I forget the phrase, 100% clear and total, something like that or whatever, then they can't take it away. Your shit was so severe that you got permanent disability and they can't take that away. But that's not everybody. That's a very, very, very small percentage, right? But every little thing that happens to you, from the tinnitus to the sleep apnea to the pew shot wound that you got, all of those things add to your percentage. You don't just get 100%. You might start out with just 20 or 30%, right? But then they find out you had something else and it jumps up to 45%. Then they find out you had something else and it jumps to 60%. You don't just get 100%. And everything has a different level that you get. Sleep apnea might only be 10% or might only be 5%, but it's something. It gets you closer to 100.
Bro, let me ask you this, Hawk.
Hold on one second before you do that. Hawk, so Rams is back in the request. I don't know if you want to bring him back up to engage, but I mean, if I'll defer to you if you want to back up to continue the conversation.
If he wants to have a legitimate conversation, you know, I'm good with that or whatever. But the over talking is not necessary. Yeah,
that's what I was just about to say, Ram. So I know you can hear me. I'm going to let you back up, but I'm giving you a warning right now. If you can't engage the way the Tiger's engaging, if you can't let people speak, we will let you speak. But if you can't let other people speak, then you're not welcome on the panel. I'm being very, 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 very clear. Also, one other thing that I want to read before I bring you up. This is from military.com. This actually gives the information on the ranks of the different people as far as what it looks like depending on your level. So he said that he was E9, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. E9, Sergeant Major. At the E9 level, there are two primary leadership tracks. Sergeant Major, SGM, serves as a senior enlisted advisor and staff section leader at the battalion level or higher. They oversee daily operations, training, and resource planning, focus more on staff functions than leadership troops. And then the other E9 ranking is the Combat Sergeant Major. The CMS are the senior enlisted advisors to the battalion, brigade, or division commander. They influence policies, advise on personal matters, and ensure the well-being of enlisted personnel in the command. CMS are deeply involved in strategic planning and implementation at a higher echelon. So while I will absolutely say if you were a E9, then you absolutely had some type of interworkings when it came to planning, when it came to the soldiers. But the point that I'm making is that it was not your responsibility to seek out, search, investigate, or document fraud, which is the claims that you are making. I'm going to bring you in. I'm going to let you guys finish, but please have decorum.
First of all, I did not say that that was my primary duty, sir. That is not what I said. I said it was my responsibility to make sure the soldiers were being led in the right direction to where they needed to be taken care of. That's what I said. I never said it was my direct responsibility. It is my responsibility to make sure that my soldiers are being directed and being taken care of. That is my responsibility. It is my responsibility to realize if someone has post-traumatic stress disorder or some sort of other disorder and make sure that they are directed in the right direction. Yes, that is my job, sir. Is it my job to break it down and give them the medications and all that? Fuck no, it's not. Come on now. That's not what I said.
Rams, if I may, the problem with what you're saying now, the problem with what you're saying now and what you said before is the way you said it initially, you made it sound like you had some sort of expertise and that's why you were doing what you were doing.
Do we not have expertise in that position? Yes or no, Hawk?
No, not to the level that you made it sound. I'm still talking. I'm answering your question. I'm trying to answer your question. Not to the extent that you made it sound like, right? If a situation is brought to you as a sergeant major, right, that this individual is exhibiting some sort of behavior or is not acting normal or whatever, then you would have someone investigate that. And based on that investigation, you would recommend that individual to medical or whatever. Right.
Absolutely.
You made it sound like, but the way you said it initially, you made it sound like you had the expertise to say, yes, that person has PTSD, do this, that person has this, do that. And that's not how it works. So you said it incorrectly.
That's not what I meant. But I do mean
but that's what, but
you're going to tell me that I don't know.
But this is what I'm trying to get you to, Rams, this is what I'm trying to get you to understand. Rams, this is what I'm trying to get you to understand. You came up here with your rank, right? And we're being generous because we don't know, but you came up here with your rank acting like you knew everything and they didn't know anything.
No.
So you were just so that's exactly what you said, sir. And that's why you got pushback. That's why you got pushback.
Can you tell someone, let me ask you this, Hawk. Can you recognize that someone's got post-traumatic stress disorder, yes or no?
No.
You don't recognize that. You can't see that in
it would depend upon the. Do you know how many different ways that PTSD represents in different? I'm still talking, Slick. You asked me a question and then you start talking over me. Please hold on a second.
And I'll say
so
this.
Many different.
I'll say this, Rams. I'm being generous and deferring to Hawk. You keep interrupting, but I'm deferring to Hawk. I'm telling you, we're not going to do much more than that. Go ahead.
So agreeing is interrupting. I'm agreeing with the guy, but
you're talking over me because I'm trying to explain and understand this. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing this for the 1.4, 1.5 thousand people in the chat so that they will understand the actual information and not just listening to stuff that's coming from you and Tiger and whoever else or whatever, right? Okay. The way that PTSD presents itself is different for every individual.
I agree.
So no, I can't sit here and tell you that somebody that has PTSD, I can just look at them and say, oh yeah, he's got PTSD. I don't know that.
I didn't say.
But again, I said if that individual. But again, if that individual was brought to me by his supervisors and says he's acting differently than he's ever acted before, something is wrong, something has changed, blah 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 blah, then I would recommend that individual go and be assessed by medical or psychiatric personnel, and they can determine whether or not that individual has PTSD or not. That's not my job. That's not my job.
I agree with that, Hawk. But what I'm trying to explain to you is you cannot tell me that you know the difference between someone that's faking a post-traumatic stress disorder or really truly has a fucking post-traumatic
But you're not listening to me, Rams. That's not my job. My job is to get them assessed.
It was your job.
But this is the issue. But this is the issue. But what you just said just took away from everything that I just said. I said that I would send them to get assessed by the appropriate medical and psychological personnel. They can make that determination. It's not my job to make that determination. So you keep saying that, hold on, but you keep saying that I can't look at somebody and tell. You're right. That's not my job. That's the medical department's job. And I would send them to medical. If medical said they didn't have an issue, then they don't have an issue. If medical said they do have an issue, whether I like it or not, they have an issue.
Dude, you're not listening to what I'm saying. You're not listening to the question, bro. You're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm asking you a simple question. Rather, if it needs to go to the whatever it needs to go to, okay, to the psychiatrist, to whoever. All right. So what I'm saying to you is this specifically is you are telling me that you cannot tell me that you can't tell the difference between a person that's faking it and not faking it. That's the
unless you have MD, unless you have MD behind your name. No, you cannot. You can have an opinion.
Exactly. If you're sitting here advocating or saying that people should diagnose people without one, medical training and licensing, or two, access to direct medical records, the answer is no. I'm very much firm in that.
I was just about to say that, Santana. You know, my partner is a doctor. Even her, under these circumstances, she might have an opinion, but unless she actually sits down with that individual herself and talks to that individual herself and makes a diagnosis based on that conversation and her analysis, she wouldn't do that either. And she is an MD.
I'm pretty goddamn sure that one is supposed to personally know their soldiers. So yeah, I'm pretty sure one would see those changes and can recognize those behaviors. Absolutely.
Hawk has already said that absolutely you can identify changes. You can say, hey, this person is acting different than they were acting prior. He's already said that, but that's no, that's different than saying that you can diagnose someone with PTSD.
I believe I've been saying the same thing that Hawk has been saying.
No,
all I'm saying is you can self-identify those issues. Absolutely, you can. Come on now. Come the fuck on now. Give me a break.
Fuck. Solid. Hey, I don't know how much of this that you've heard, but it's been like super fucking interesting.
What the hell, Yonsei?
It started because they said that there's fraud within the VA and they don't have proof, but then we're supposed to just trust them. And, you know, like Tiger didn't have any source. He brought up the fact that at first he said 85% of VA disability claims have nothing to do with specifically a combat disability. And of course, we cited that, and that's not true. He cited census.gov, where there was a survey taken, and it said 52% of claims are non-related to combat or related to combat. But then he claimed that, well, that's 52% people engaging in fraud, which is not fraud. Then he just moved on to like saying that, well, he just doesn't think that if people are non-combat that they should be able to claim disability. And then Rams, he brought Rams up, and Rams said that, well, you know, I got 20 years of experience and I saw it myself. He said that his rank was an E9 and his responsibility was to oversee the day-to-day of the soldiers, and that somehow connects to his ability to identify if they have medical issues and also if they're engaging in fraud. Hawk has been up here deciphering and breaking down and you know, the additional BS, and that's where we are now.
Which one is the Sergeant Major?
I didn't say anything about going and say investigating fraud, dude. That's not what I said. You twisted it.
Yeah,
Rams say he was.
All I said to you is you can self-identify whether if someone needs help with their fucking post-traumatic stress disorder or any other type of disability they may have and lead them in the right direction. That's all I said.
You can what? Self-identify what?
Post-traumatic stress disorder. You can self-identify and say, hey, I noticed there's been little changes about you. There's things about you that I'm not liking, how you're operating, how you're acting. Absolutely. I need you to go see whomever, psychiatrist, go see the doc. I don't care. Go take care of your needs.
It's PTSD though.
Exactly. And for the record, Solid, he didn't say that. I said that. What he said is that he could look at somebody and tell they had PTSD, which we all know is
not what I said either.
So there is a really toxic culture of like, you're not allowed to go to sick call. You're not allowed to go get you a chit. You're not allowed to go get you a profile.
You can see when someone's faking fucking. Oh,
Rams.
There it is.
Rams.
There it is.
Fucking stop. I've already kicked you once because you don't have impulse control. Fucking stop. You're an adult. I apologize, Solid. Please finish.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Yeah, it's a toxic culture. First of all, it don't even make no sense. If soldiers are government property, you're not maintaining government property. You can go down to the motor pool and PMCS a truck every damn Monday at damn 8 o'clock in the morning, but you can't PMCS your soldiers. That's ridiculous. You're discouraging people from going and getting the maintenance done on their damn body. But you all right with, every time you missing a jack because you scared of a flipple, everybody got to go, the whole battalion got to go to the motor pool and PMCS them vehicles. This is the shit I be talking about. And then did y'all know that combat veterans are the most likely in the country to experience food insecurity?
Mm-hmm.
The overlap, when I was at USDA, they put me on a research task to find out, because there was so much overlap between PTSD and food insecurity. They wanted me to do a connection between PTSD and food insecurity. Right? I didn't have the data set available to make any claims at all. Mind you, this is supposed to be going in front of Congress, right? This research. And I wasn't about to perjure myself, right? But the overlap is so wild, it's almost a 1-for-1.
I just want to call this out really quickly because I feel like this is an asshole troll. I'm telling you guys now, friendlies, don't send the music gifts because they are not necessary. They're not appreciated and they're annoying as fuck. For you trolls, keep sending them. I'm just going to block you for after you send me your money. I'm perfectly fine with you spending your $2 just to get blocked. So FYI, people sending music gifts, you are getting blocked, but keep sending me your money. Sorry, go ahead, Solid.
Yeah. I got out, just a little background. All right. I have my combat medic badge. Okay. I could have gotten my cab, right? My combat action badge, but you can't have the two badges for the same incident, right? I spent 15 months over in Baghdad, 10 miles south of Sadr City. All right. I'm not uninitiated. I've been battling with PTSD for the better half of 20 years. Okay. For the majority of the last 20 years. Because it took me a long ass time to get diagnosed. I cannot reliably say, that motherfucker right there got PTSD. I'm steeped in it. I'm dirty in this shit. You understand? I got 3 racks on my ribbons. Or, I'm sorry, 5 racks on my ribbons. 3 racks. Right? I cannot look at somebody and go, yeah, they got PTSD. Trained professionals are the one, right? No shit. You don't know better than the VA knows. If anybody's committing fraud, it's the VA. The VA is the ones that like to wait until an entire group of soldiers from a certain conflict reaches the age of 80 years old before they start granting them disability based on the burn pits or on Agent Orange. They're the ones trying to save money. That disability is compensation for your labor. You gave your body away. That disability is compensation. It's not a free ride. It's not a game in the system. None of that. If anybody goes in there and they ham up, you go up in there and they say, how far can you bend over? And then people pretend not to be able to bend over, right? If people going in there and doing that, it's because the VA is doing their absolute best to disqualify people from getting the benefits that they are fucking owed. Every one of them sailors, every one of them soldiers, every one of them Marines.
Why don't we just give everybody benefits then, Super? Why do you have to be disabled?
Airmen. Why do you have to? Well, because it's specifically a compensation for being disabled.
No, why don't we just give everybody gets benefits? 100% for everybody.
Because it's a disability compensation. It's not disability benefits.
We just said they're owed it for serving. They gave their body on the line.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, then let's give everybody benefits, no matter what. And they can get a job if they choose.
Dingleberry. We do. We do, you Dingleberry. What is Chapter 31? What's Chapter 33?
I don't know. What are you even talking about?
Okay, then shut up.
I'm not military, so I don't know these things.
Okay, well, go take a nap over there, Pogue. Fucking civilian.
Renee, please don't send the music. That again, we don't want the music gifts. Please don't send the music gifts. I'm blocking trolls who do use those, but it sounds like at the very least they've turned it down some.
Santana, can you unmute me in the chat?
No.
I like to engage in the chat while other people are talking.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, and I didn't take anything down. If it offends you, I'm sorry. It's my fucking freedom right to do so.
Hey, Rams, I have specifically not said anything up here about your post, and I've even told people to stop in the comment section, lock the fuck in, and engage both of you. The reason why I said no to Tiger about unmuting him in the comment section is because you two are up here on the panel. So just because you aren't speaking does not mean that you should not be listening, so you can actively engage in the debate when it's your turn. Lock the fuck in, both of you.
All right, I'll engage. Super. So do you
First
believe...
of all, I want to address, I have a big question. Why does this guy talk like a $10 t-shirt? What's that about? Second of all, I wasn't finished with my fucking diatribe, Civvy.
Only letting certain
At ease the
talk,
fucking noise while I talk. Yep, STR. At ease the fucking noise while I talk.
Fuck you. You ain't no rank over me.
I bet you I got hands over you.
I bet you don't.
I bet you I fucking do.
I bet you fucking don't.
Okay, so at this point, like I would like Solid to be able to finish so we can move this entire conversation along. If it's going to devolve, then like we can stop it here. But like if you guys actually want this to continue, then like Rams, Tiger, let's just let Solid finish, and then you guys can reply based off of the stuff that he's saying.
Well, nobody can reply, man. That's the thing. Tiger and I
just real quick, Rams, what branch were you in?
Get shut down. So
Rams, what branch were you in? What branch, man?
Army.
Okay, what's the NCO creed?
I don't think I have to tell you that. Anything I say up here on the fucking panel has nothing. Everything.
No one is more.
Lie. So
no one is more professional than I. Finish that sentence. Finish that sentence. No one is more professional than I.
That's what you said.
All right, this motherfucker, he stolen valor like a motherfucker. Kick this motherfucker off the panel. Kick his ass off the fucking panel. E9 won't readily tell you the first line of the NCO creed. Shut the fuck up. Y'all got to stop playing around. And the clue was he started talking like the back of an Affliction t-shirt. High key. I don't give a fuck about all them paragraphs you niggas write on fucking t-shirts to walk around and feel badass with your cargo pants and your thong sandals. There are people who are in real pain that the country put them in and told them that that pain was owed to the country. Meanwhile, the actions that were performed while incurring that pain lined the pockets of private corporations. It only served to invest in the interests of capitalistic entities. People were harmed. I've done harm to people for no reason. Pay me. Pay me, pay them. The end.
Tiger, is there anything that you want to respond to with Solid of substance? I mean, like, what do you got?
Well, yeah, I just wanted, he said he was you said you were a combat medic, Super? That was your role?
Yeah, I mentioned he was a combat medic when I was talking about his actual documentary.
Yeah. So, Super, if Rams or anybody says, hey, well, I took out 20 people or whatnot. I should have more than you. What is your response to somebody like that? What's your response to a combat veteran that maybe lost an arm and they're upset that somebody has 100% PTSD, but they never got pew-pewed at? Is there any kind of, rivalry or any hostility amongst veterans, like how much you should be getting versus other people, or that doesn't happen?
Just real quick, is there an issue here with the rating system at the VA?
Well, yeah, I think there's a huge issue. I think
what is the issue with the rating system at the VA?
The issue is that told Santana is I believe the fraud / that shouldn't be giving benefits to people that don't have anything wrong with them. There's guys playing pickup basketball on 100% disability.
Tiger, they didn't answer my question. What is the problem with the rating system?
Well, I don't know how to answer that other than people shouldn't be on 100. Maybe they should be on 50. Like Hawk said, sleep apnea is 10 points.
So then there is a problem with the rating system. Can you tell me where the flaw in the rating system is?
The flaw is that too many people are on 100. That's what I believe.
Answer my question. What is the
I don't know how to answer your question
in the rating system?
I don't know how to answer
just tell me the first step in applying for disability.
No, I'm not. I said I've never.
You can't even tell me the first step in applying for disability.
I'm sure you go to the VA. I don't know.
My father was a Purple Heart recipient in Vietnam.
What?
Right. My father was a Purple Heart recipient in Vietnam.
Okay.
Right. He was not able to achieve 100% until he was 72 years old.
Why is that?
Because of misconduct. Because the VA has all kinds of avenues and excuses for why they don't pay deserving soldiers.
Okay.
You are not, stop, Tiger. You are not the arbiter of who is and who isn't deserving.
Yeah, I am. I'm a voter.
You're
which combat theater were you in?
I just want to add this as well, Tiger. This is why your claim falls flat on its face. Like, fuck the whole, I'm a voter. Like, sure, you don't know anything about the stuff that you're talking about. Like, you don't even know the first step, the basic steps that are required. You don't know about the rating system. You don't have any type of detailed information. The only thing that you have is your fucking feelings and nothing else. So like, why are we even taking you serious? Like, I'm not even trying to be insulting. I'm legitimately saying, if you're sitting up here advocating against something without detailed information and an intricate understanding of what you're advocating for, then why would we take you serious?
I know more about police and fire. Those are
you haven't been talking about police and fire. You've been talking about the United States military. You brought up the VA fraud. You brought up the VA fraud. This was your first thing because we were talking about the military. I told you that we need to cut the budget and we need to reduce the military presence around the world. And you said, well, we need to cut the fraud from the VA. This has been the thing that you brought up. I didn't bring this to you.
Okay.
So if this is the thing that you brought up, you should be able to back up the things that you're saying. So my question is, again, if you don't actually have an understanding or detailed information to back up the actual things that you're advocating for or against, then why should we take you serious? Because all this is us listening to your feelings.
Okay. Now let me respond in full. I originally brought up, I came up and said military, fire, police. We got on the military, whether that's just where the conversation went. And then we brought up Rams and Hawk.
Military, fire, police, because I have nowhere. What you said, where on my background does it say anything about about fire and police? Because you even said I can't read it. Can you read that off? And I told you yes. It cuts you off when you join the panel, and I read that off. Tell me where it says anything about police or fire.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
So why would I talk to you about police or fire when I have nothing on the background about police and fire? What does that have to add?
Well, I added it.
You don't get to add to my topic.
Well, we probably haven't talked about it. You didn't want to talk about it. I'm not trying to tell you what to talk about. I'm just telling you what I have more knowledge on police and fire but that's not on your background, so we went with military.
Well, I doubt that too. But Santana, real quick, if I may, if your conversation started out the way you just described, he's even more disingenuous than we all thought, because the VA is a completely separate budget, has nothing to do with the military. Right? The military budget that you were speaking, I'm still talking, Tiger. The military budget that you're speaking of, Santana, doesn't control the VA, doesn't have anything to do with the VA. Yep. So if he's conflating those two things, that's just to make his bullshit point.
Yep.
Santana, one last thing. Could you at least tell Super or tell Super about the article that I brought up? I mean, you
didn't bring up an article.
I just came up here and just
you didn't bring up an article. You brought up. I already told Solid about that. You didn't bring up an article. What you mentioned was the census, which is this right here. And I told Solid about it. And your claim was that 85% of veterans are engaging in fraud because they don't have any type of disability that's combat related. And this actual survey not only proves you wrong, because you were saying 85% based off of this 15% that it decreased from 2008 to 2022 from 15 to 30%. I'm sorry, it increased from 15 to 30%. But this also does not say that there's 85% of combat veterans that are getting access to disability without being disabled. It says that in 2008, it decreased to 52%. And then you tried to say that 52% is fraudulent, and you cannot 48, sorry, 48, no, it's 50, wait, 40, whatever. You said that it's fraudulent, and I said you cannot quantify it being fraudulent because you don't have anything to back up the fraud. And that's when you said, well, I don't think they deserve, I think it is. You have no factual information to back up what you've been saying. Nothing that you've said has been rooted in any type of empirics this entire time.
That's why I brought up Rams, and we both said we don't have numbers. We can't prove fraud.
Just real quick. Are we dealing with the idea that people should not be, veterans should not be able to claim disability if they have not been in combat?
That's literally what he's saying, Solid. That's literally what he's saying.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. Let me fix this. Okay. Can you tell me, and this is related, can you tell me why the maximum amount of years that anybody has ever worked on a burn unit is 16 years?
No. Again, I don't know any answers about military stuff.
Okay. Yeah. According to NIH, it's the most cited reason for quitting the burn unit is the emotional and psychological tax of working with traumatized and injured patients. I'm ready. Hang up with that bill collector. You wasn't paying them before. You might as well not pay them now. I'm going to repeat it. The most cited reason for quitting a burn unit is the psychological tax. There are peripheral entities, right? Everybody is not infantry, right? You can be a damn accountant and still suffer PTSD, especially if you have deployed to a combat theater. The constant idea that there is a threat or maybe an attack. On-post pew-pewings have happened. Major Hassan, I knew personally from Walter Reed, who went to Fort Hood and pew-pewed up an SRP site, right? That can give you a service-connected disability. There are so many service-connected disabilities, not just for PTSD. By the way, when I got out, my PTSD rating started at 30%. That's low. 30%. 30%. Not every PTSD rating is 100%. But you wouldn't know that because you don't know anything about the rating system.
Hey, Tiger, you teacup again, you're getting dropped. Stop it.
Stop talking to them bill collectors, man. You wasn't paying them before.
That's why they follow you now. Everything that you've said I basically told him the same thing. Not understanding, one, how the rating system works, not understanding, more importantly, I think, the difference between service connected and combat related. Everything does not have to be combat related, but that's what he's focused on. And it's his belief that anything
is service connected and combat related.
Right. I mean, you could have a training incident doing your regular job or whatever and have a service related injury that gives you a rating for the VA. Right. But he doesn't, in his mind, if it's not combat related, then you just shouldn't get it. Which the sad part is, for decades, that's pretty much how it was. And Solid, you said the same thing that I did, right? There were years, decades that the military ignored injuries and PTSD and everything else that service members had or whatever, and just put them out with nothing. So if there's any fraud in the VA, that's the real fraud. And I believe you said something similar, Solid. Yep.
That's the fraud. The VA is hell-bent on saving money. Why?
Oh, yeah, because if
so
they
that
gave
when they
everybody
sit
money,
in front of Congress, stop.
No,
because when
Tiger,
they sit
it's
in
so
front
bad.
of Congress, they have to be able to demonstrate profit or that they have utilized the budget well. So they do their best to disqualify you from the benefits that you actually need. Again, my PTSD rating is now at 70%. Right?
And that's
when they put that took me 15 years. 15 years?
Exact, to get from 30 to 70. That's ridiculous.
I don't, last time I talked about it, I lost my account. So I'm gonna, or I got a banana. So I'm gonna, it got too severe. By that time, it was the most severe it could possibly get, when I could have just gotten the assistance that I need in the first place. The thing that bothers me the most, right, is that this isn't really about the efficacy of any of this. It's not about the efficacy of the VA. It's not about the efficacy of or the veracity of people's afflictions, any of that. It's a ritual in seeing how well you can repeat the conservative talking points that have been shoved down your throat.
Well, it's not just I mean, to be honest, conservatives don't like talking about these subjects. This is more of a liberal topic, going after, I don't say going after, but challenging the military status quo.
Libby shit. Yeah,
Could you imagine if I had this conversation on, some right wingers live? They'd shut that shit down ASAP.
If I may, Tiger, I don't disagree with you, but here's the problem with that, right? That goes back to Eisenhower's warning to us from the late 50s, right? The military-industrial complex. This military budget, which was supposed to be the subject of this conversation between you and Santana. The problem is that the vast majority of that military budget goes to civilian corporations that build equipment for the military. It doesn't go to taking care of the personnel, which is why we have barracks that are falling apart, where we have military housing on bases with major mold problems that's causing other health issues for those military members and their families and everything. They don't give two shits about the personnel. They only care about spending billions of dollars on equipment and the like. That's what the Republicans believe in. They don't care about the people. Right. And to your point earlier, what you believe should be worth a rating or not, or whatever, if you did what I told you to do and you went to your congressmen and senators and got them to change those rules, let's say there was a bunch of people out there that think just like you do, and you got those people to change those rules, how long would our all-volunteer military force last at that point? Who would volunteer for a service that they know they're not going to be taken care of?
Well, that's why we got to bring, there'd be a draft, but nobody would really want that.
I knew he was going to go there. He went right there.
Listen, the military can be an awesome
Would you like
career.
a draft, Tiger?
No, please fire military. It can be awesome careers. I just want to stomp out the fraud.
But you haven't proven
and that's
you
it.
have any evidence.
Well,
of
I learned some stuff on this panel. I learned about the disability rating and stuff.
You
well, yeah, you told me yours was 30, and I didn't even know sleep apnea.
No, you didn't. You
what's
didn't
the,
learn.
Again, what's the first step in trying to make file a VA claim? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Thanks.
It's a solid point. You didn't learn about the rating system. You just learned that you don't know anything about the rating system.
Well, I learned about the rating system. I know. I always knew that there was 0 to 100.
Solid,
I mean, there's people that go in there and they get
Solid
0
Hawk, is there
disability.
anything else that you guys have for Tiger?
Yeah. No. Stop being a pink heel, man.
A pink heel.
Mm.
All right, I got to answer some the debt collectors phone.
Anything else from either one of you guys?
No, I'm good.
Yeah, as Santana once said, all power to all the people except for Ralph.
Hey, fuck Ralph.
You fuck Ralph.
Yo. So I'm getting ready to talk about this in a minute, but I this morning I finished War on All Puerto Ricans, and they talked about Ralph a lot and the torture. Fuck Ralph.
Fuck Ralph.
Wow. Anyway, I apologize. Anything else from you guys?
No, brother, I'm out.
All right.
Nope,
Thank
I'm
you.
good, sir.
Thank you both. The issue that I have with what just happened, again, it all boils down to the fact that, like, you come up here and you talk about something when you have no information or no substance, like that provides nothing. It literally provides nothing. Literally provides nothing. And if you're going to sit here and talk about actually cutting access to or reducing or whatever, like, you should at least know something about it. That's weirdo shit. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Hey, Kay.
Hey, just a quick announcement. I know that the chat is better than this, so it's just a quick reminder. Do not, on the behalf of a creator, go into another creator space and demand that somebody come to Santana's live and interrupt them with what they're doing.
No.
We are so better than that. We are absolutely better than that. And for somebody to be in the chat, run over to another live and tell somebody that they're needed to come over, that is not what we do. That's stuff that other chats do, toxicity. We don't do that. And I know that you guys know that.
Also, we have, like, for everyone, for people that do that to me and for people that are doing that, like, we all have each other numbers. If I want to get in contact with anyone, or if anyone wants to get in contact with me, they can shoot me a text message. Like, seriously, there's no need for that.
It's just that it's so disrespectful, one, to the host of the other live. They're literally taking time out of their day hosting amazing topics, and people are enjoying their live, to only have people go over there and start spamming in their chat. And that is absolutely, it's just behavior that I know that we're better than. I figured a gentle reminder will help you realize the next time. I know that everyone, values opinions from other creators, and we reach out to them. But like Santana said, it's very easy for them to get a hold of one another. They all work, in the background with one another. So if we could just respect everyone's space, each creator puts so much time and effort into what they do. I would just really appreciate it. I know that this community does not do those kind of things. So that I'm just respectfully asking. And then also, if we could just, for a good round, and since we got some people in the box and a lot of good topics still to talk about, if you could keep hitting the likes, send your daily heart me if you haven't, collect your points if you haven't, knock out the Let 'em Cooks it looks like we're at, and repost your story if you can. Have a good day, everyone.
Thank you, Kay. W's in the chat for Shelly for the $2 super chat. Yeah, and there's no way that's what he was trying to do, Shelly. Like, that's fucking wild. W's in the chat. W's in the chat for one mighty pen for the $5 super chat to say, my dad died before they gave my mom VA disability for his exposure to Agent Orange. He was 44 when he died. That's fucking crazy. W's in the chat for Kelly, who sent a 5 cheered bit to say, crash through the window. Crash through the ceiling, face planted on the dresser, throwing pockets full of glitter. Good Thicky Thursday, cuties and beauties. Hopefully everyone is having a wonderful day, and remember your daily dose of hydration and snackies. Now remember, you're all amazing, and roast them chocolate thunder. Claps exploding into glitter storms. Dubs in chat as well for Lotus for the 5 cheered bits to say, I believe Santana. I believe me too. Dubs in the chat for Phoenix Eyes, who said, send a $2 super chat. Caller has bone spurs. Yeah. Dubs in chat for Miss Bellasella for the $5 super chat to say, how are you qualified to identify PTSD when you can't identify false information? Facts. It's not an officer's duty. It's medical, you donut. Facts. Dubs in the chat for Rachel for the $10 super chat to say, this is making me angry. People with mental health issues already face so much stigma. And this guy thinks that he has a right to judge people when he has no credentials to diagnose. Like, that's the point that I kept trying to drive home. Like, you are not qualified to say the stuff that you're saying. Dubs in chat for Angie for the $1 donation. Yeah, I saw that as well. And I'm sorry to hear about your son, Angie. Holy smokes. I'm sorry to hear that. Dubs in chat for Heidi for the $1 donation. Yeah, like, there's plenty of reasons to be hospitalized, especially as a vet. And he didn't have anything. He literally didn't have any information. That's the part that was pissing me off. W's in chat for Dylan for the $1 donation. Yeah, like, the thing that bothered me, Dylan, is that he literally he wasn't even a vet. He hadn't gone through any of this, but yet he was standing as an authority, or pretending to be an authority figure because he has the ability to vote. What are we doing? W's in chat for Aaron for the $1 donation. Said there's been less than 200 fraud convictions and 3 million disability claims. Like, that's what I'm saying. There's actual information out there, yet he didn't have any. Like, that's just the whole thing, right? And Dubs in chat for Darius for the donation. Like, that's what I was saying. He had zero experience, but yet he was, whatever. Dubs in chat for Doc Say. I think you said that's your TikTok name. Thank you so much, Doc Say. I'm just seeing this now, but I appreciate you. Dubs in chat for Mia for the $3 donation. I'm sorry that happened. I'm sorry to Mia and anyone else that might have been triggered by that conversation. I really apologize. I think it was really disgusting where it went, and even more so his justification. I really, really apologize for everyone that had to sit through that. W's in chat for Gabriel, who sent the $2 donation. Yeah, like, there's actual help that can be that the actual veterans can seek, and like, for anyone to pretend as if they can diagnose people from a distance, that's just weirdo behavior. Shay, thank you so much for the 2. I'm sorry I didn't see you before, but I appreciate you. Cindy, thank you so much for the 1. You're right. He was just fucking wrong. Kaylin sent a $6 donation, said SVA 18 USC 704, go sit down in jail, Rams you B word. Golly. W's in the chat for Joe for the $5 donation. These guys are fighting over crumbs when Trump has cut funding to the VA more than any president in U.S. history, and he's consistently effing over the working class. Like, that's the point that I made. He doesn't actually. Can we all remember that the first thing that I told him is he doesn't actually care about fraud. He's just virtue signaling. He was just virtue signaling. He did not care about fraud. Look at this asshat. Go find somewhere else to be weird. W's in the chat for Joe for the additional $5 donation. The U.S. has enough money to give every veteran benefits, but we keep spending all the money on tax cuts for billionaires, a ballroom, a second Air Force One, and useless wars in the Middle East that we're losing. Facts. That was in the chat for Emily for the $5 donation, saying if Rams was really a veteran, that he has to have better impulse control than he's displaying, which to me indicates he has no respect for you. So either he's lying about service or he was one of those soldiers leaving nooses on. Yeah. Like that's the thing that I just kept saying. Like what are we doing? Impulse control. Fucking impulse control. That was in chat for Sophia for the $2 donation. I'm really sorry to hear that. I'm glad that we could actually, do that and call it out in real time. Sophia, thank you. I appreciate the hell out of you, especially for the two. Thank you. Debbie's in the chat for Oakley. Hey, Oakley, for the $2 donation. What's the name of the book? The name of the book is War Against All Puerto Ricans, Revolution and Terror in America's Colony. It was a doozy. Debbie's in the chat. Thank you so much for that. Debbie's in the chat for Ron Spice King. I said fraud equals MAGA hashtag Spice King, which is true. And it's so weird that they like pretend as if that's not a thing, right? Keep it up, trolls. You're all getting blocked. The best part now is that they've turned down the volume. TikTok adjusted the volume so it's not even loud anymore. So now you're just wasting your money even more. Debbie's in chat for Christine for the $5 donation, saying thank you for putting a stop to those lacking civility. Yeah, like, I mean, what are we even doing? What the fuck are we even doing? And last but not least, Michelle, thank you so much for the $10 donation, saying as a vet and a psychotherapist treating vets with PTSD, more often than not, they minimize their symptoms for years and point to vets with worse trauma to avoid PTSD diagnosis. Yeah, like mental health is so important as a whole. Like, the whole thing is it's just, I don't get people. I don't know. Dub's in chat for Napoleon for the $5 super chat to say I lost a friend to terrorism, not in combat, but also it gives me PTSD. It was over 50 years before I got my benefits. Holy fuck, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm really, really sorry to hear that. W's in the chat for all the donos, guys. I really appreciate the hell out of you. W's in the chat for all the donos. I appreciate the hell out of you. Also, guys, look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. We're on our way to 200,000 followers. So please, please, please hit that follow button. Turn on notifications so you know when we go live. We go live all the time. A couple of things that I want to talk to you guys about. All right. I want to make sure that I get to this. So I mentioned the book that I just finished, War on All Puerto Ricans. War on All Puerto Ricans, Revolution and Terror in America's Colony. And I said this earlier, and so if anyone did not get an opportunity to hear me say this, if you are someone who has been partaking in the readings that I've been talking about, if you've been trying to follow along with like my reading list or anything like that, make sure you're taking mental health breaks. Because I keep lining these books up back to back to back to back. And there are some really heavy books, but this is the way that I consume information. I also have the ability to compartmentalize, but sometimes it's necessary for me to take breaks between. So I think that's super necessary to make sure that I tell you guys. So when you're reading these books, sometimes you might need to like switch to something else before you go on to the next book. Like whatever you have to do. I just finished War Against All Puerto Ricans. And since I'm done with that book and it was so heavy, I am now, the book that I'm reading is Regime Change Inside the Imperial Presidency of Donald Trump. This is just a book for me because I really enjoyed Bob Woodward's War and the perspective that it gave. This book just came out last month. It's by Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan. So yeah, that's the thing. A couple of things that I want to talk about that I learned. And I really want to share this. And a lot of this stuff is out of order when it comes to the book, but it's like stuff that I didn't know. That's like fucking crazy. Again, the one thing that I'll say is, when I read these types of things, it always like, it makes me kind of sad that I don't already know these things. And then also it bothers me how buried these things are, right? As just like an everyday American, we don't know these things. We aren't taught these things. These things are just hiding in plain sight. But then once you see it, you can't unsee it. It's insane. And for anyone to pretend or be under the belief that the United States of America are the good guys, you don't fucking know what's going on. Like for anyone to sit back and think like the United States of America is somehow like the actual, shining beacon that people pretend that our country is, like, you don't know, right? And I saw this online the other day. I'm going to put this up as I actually read through some of the stuff from that I learned with the book. And I think this is like, this is very apropos. I think that's very appropriate. I think that's highly appropriate. Okay. All right. So a couple of really interesting things that I learned that I didn't know that I think you guys need to know. And this is the reason why you should check out the book. The book, again, is called A War Against All Puerto Ricans, Revolution and Terror in America's Colony. First and foremost, I know I'm messing up this name, but Alvesto Campos. And for there we go. Hey, Ari.
Pedro Abisu Campos.
Say it again.
Pedro Abisu Campos.
Yes. You guys need to look him up. What I jotted down on my notes, he was a leader. He wanted independence for Puerto Rico, and the U.S. government literally infected him with radiation poison and tortured him. Like, he was educated. He became educated. I think he was the first Puerto Rican to graduate from Princeton. Harvard. Very well educated, very well traveled, and wanted independence for Puerto Rico, and went through like every measure for people who believe in like moral stances and like all this other stuff, like for people like say, oh, do things the right way. By every sense and measure, he was someone who was quote unquote doing things the right way. And they literally tortured him to death, to fucking death. There's so much more. I don't want to tell his entire story, but I really like how the interesting thing about this book is the book told the same story, sort of, but from different perspectives. It's like they had the story from this person's perspective, and you see what's happening, but you don't understand what's happening. And then they shift it, and then you're looking through the eyes of someone else, and you see the same thing, but now everything is starting to connect because it makes a little bit more sense, because the person A only can understand from their perspective. But then when you add person A perspective and person B perspective, then you get more, and it's layered. Ari, am I tripping?
No, you're not. It's wild.
It's so interesting how they did that though. And at certain points I was like, because when I first started noticing, I was like, are they saying the same thing that they've already talked about? And then I realized that it's adding additional context by telling the story of the people that were there, that was involved, and all the other information.
Yeah. This is not a compliment, so do not take it as a compliment, because I know you're gonna shut it down. But I just want to say thank you, because I'm actually getting emotional. Because it's really hard to get people to pay attention to my island, and so I've really been pushing people to read this book, because the United States and capitalism has taken my family and my family members away from me, and Western imperialism, and people just keep going to my island and destroying my culture. Puerto Rican culture is actively disappearing as we speak. From tourism, people like the Paul brothers are destroying my island, and there are no eyes on it. That bunny in the Super Bowl, that was a message about what Santana is talking about. Lo que pasó Hawaii is literally a song dedicated to look at what the United States did to Hawaii, and you want to make us a state?
Yep. I'll jump ahead just based off what Ari said. I'll come back to some of the other stuff, but like, this is something that I jotted down. Revolution was treated as a fight between Puerto Ricans. So for those who may not know, and which I didn't know this, but there was apparently a plot to kill J. Edgar Hoover. Like Puerto Ricans specifically plotted out the assassination of Hoover in order to try to get independence for Puerto Rico. And there was something that was said when they were on their way. They knew that it was a suicide mission, and they were on their way to try to carry out this plot, and they knew they weren't going to make it. And there was other events that led up to all of this, and they were reading the newspaper, and like none of this stuff was being covered, and they were like brushing everything off as just like, oh, these are just crazy people, or they're just fighting amongst each other and all this other stuff. And this isn't verbatim, but basically what one of the guys said to the other guy is, why aren't we being seen? Why does nobody see us? And they're talking about the fact that they are fighting for revolution, and they're taking these stands, and people were actually dying. And it was all being written away as just like street fights, and nothing was happening. And when I heard that, like, that hurt my soul. I heard, like, when they said, why aren't we being seen? Why is Puerto Rico not being seen? Like, that was the most mind-blowing sentence that I had ever heard. And that speaks to what Ari is saying.
Yeah, so very similarly, and I know my Black people in the chat can feel this, very similar to how they treat the, and the Heritage Foundation is actually, in Swan talks about this, the Heritage Foundation, how they treat the Haitian Revolution is how the United States treats Puerto Rican resistance, right? Instead of it, because the shit that we do, y'all, it scares them. It scares them. Read the book. Santana can attest to it. Literally, a whole platoon of U.S. soldiers got their ass kicked by a Puerto Rican with flip-flops.
Yeah. They were so confused. They was like, how did one man hold off so many people? They were terrified.
Exactly. As much as people don't believe it, you don't resistance. You don't need a whole army. You need just people willing to fight back, and that's what Puerto Ricans were doing. And it scared the United States to where they had to literally, to Santana's point, they did radiation poisoning on the leader of the Puerto Rican nationalist movement, Pedro Albizu Campos, to silence us. They put a Puerto Rican, and this is again, these are Democrats and Republicans, because the Puerto Rican gag order was during LBJ. And during the Democratic presidency, is while they were still doing radiation poisoning on Pedro Albizu Campos. United States presidents, Republican and Democrats, knew what they were doing to Pedro Albizu Campos. And they kept it going, and they still hold it secret. They will not admit that they did radiation poisoning. We just know the U.S. government has admitted that during the time he was in. Oh, sorry.
Wait, no. They said they finally released it. They did. Well, not they won't admit that they did it on him. I'm sorry, that's what you're saying. But they did. I'm going to talk about the next. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, they won't admit that they did it specifically to Pedro Albizu Campos. They just say during that period of time that they incarcerated Pedro Albizu Campos, they were doing radiation poisoning or testing on inmates. And Pedro Albizu Campos' symptoms, where he was talking about migraines and things like that, all resonate and connect to our symptoms of radiation poisoning. Holy
shit, Ari! When they start the book off with the pacing, and then the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then they end the book with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and they explain it. I was like, holy shit! Oh my God! Because I don't want to give away the book, but that was, I'm telling you, I've never seen a book put together the way that this was.
Yeah, and I mean, it just shows you how the United States treats United States colonies. A lot of the stuff you guys know, I've talked about it on the panel before, where I talked about we know the sterilization of Puerto Rican women. They go into detail about that, so you'll learn about those details. All those things are so important to U.S. imperialism. And how, one, I'm gonna need y'all in Santana's chat. I love y'all down. Stop saying to make Puerto Rico a state.
I have that down. I have that down right here. This is one of the points. Listen, it says, where is it? Puerto Rico doesn't want statehood. They want independence.
We really do, because we don't want to be treated like Hawaiians do. And Hawaiians are actually, their culture is being stolen. We had a Haole up here. That's why I said, fuck you, Haole. As a fellow Caribbean that's being colonized by the United States, currently get off of the island. You do not belong there. But it breaks my heart.
For people saying, what's the name of the book? It's called War Against All Puerto Ricans, Revolution and Terror in America's Colony. A War Against All Puerto Ricans, Revolution and Terror in America's Colony. And I'm going to continue, I'm going to go through a couple of these other things that I learned, and it's fucking crazy. The United States government did radiation testing on 20,000 Americans. 20,000 Americans from the 30s to the 70s, and I'm sure that it lasted longer than that. But there was documents released talking about how the United States government did that to American citizens, and not just American citizens, women, children, people with disabilities. They literally took a group of disabled children and told them that they were going to be in a science class, and for 10 years fed them cereal that had active pieces of radiation in it. What the fuck? What the fuck? Sorry, go ahead, Ari.
Yeah. We didn't even get to the cancer.
Nope. We're gonna get to it. The next thing that I have is the Banana Fruit Company is connected to international banking and the government. I want to look into the Banana Fruit Company even more, because the fucking connection that they have. And then they were talking about the actual connection of the bank that goes back to lending money to the United States when they made the purchase of Alaska and all this other stuff. I was like, what in the hell is that about?
Oh, yeah, they have whole books, because the Dole Company, they literally terrorize all of South America. They're a huge problem. There's actually way more. That's just Puerto Rico alone. In terms of Cuba and all that stuff. And then you learn about and so also goes in mind to how we currently treat Cuba. The gag order went in place because the Puerto Rican flag symbolized the Cuban flag.
Yep.
That's why the Puerto Rican flag and the Cuban flag look alike.
Also, Cuba demanded that the United States release Campos to them after there was multiple reports about him being with the radiation poison. They sent a letter to the UN demanding that he be released and to their custody for treatment. And of course, the US didn't want to do it.
Yeah, so as much as the United States wants to pose Cuba as the bad guy, you see why they keep sanctioning Cuba? Even Democrats are part of those sanctions on Cuba.
Another thing that they talked about was Operation Bootstraps, and Operation Bootstraps was a position that's like this great thing for Puerto Rico, where they were going to be able to create more independence and be able to actually grow and all this other stuff. But all that actually did with all of these quote unquote initiatives and all this other stuff was create more dependency on Puerto Ricans to the United States government. It was literally an operation that caused more Puerto Ricans to have to rely on the United States, and they would have to stay away from fighting for their freedom and independence.
Yeah, yeah. And guess what, friends? If you guys are like think everything Santana on you or that Santana's talking about, you think is cool, that's actually the book we're reading for book club this month. We're actually reading it simultaneously.
Yeah. Someone said, what's the name of the book?
War Against All Puerto Ricans.
War Against All Puerto Ricans.
They do have it in audiobook as well. It's a very important read. It's actually what radicalized me. This is why a lot of times when you ask me, I identify as a Puerto Rican nationalist.
Yeah. Speaking of that, and I had this point down earlier, and we jumped ahead, but I'm going to come back and like give it a little bit more time. Puerto Ricans don't want statehood. They want independence. And I think I used to be in the camp of saying like, oh, like make Puerto Rico a state. They deserve to be a state. I used to say that. And then learning all this shit, like not only fuck the US, but the question I had, and this was a serious question, and I like anyone can try to answer this. I would love to hear your thoughts, Ari. Like after I read this book, I reached out to someone and I was like, I don't understand. If the United States of America has literally done all of this to Puerto Rico, including stripped them of their land, their resources, their freedom, like all of these things, they because I'm going to get into some of the what they call, I think they call like the chaos theory or whatever, but like additional economic impacts that have been currently occurring. But like all of these things that have been done to the people and the island. And to me, it all just seems like the US doesn't want Puerto Rico. Why the fuck won't they just give them their independence? I'm so confused of like, why do all of this shit instead of just give them their independence? I don't understand it.
All right, here's the catch. There's a reason why Puerto Rico the name of our island, just as much as this is called Turtle Island, the name of our island is Borique. Borique was retitled Rich Port, right? Because it's a port stronghold. They cannot, and so the United
There we go. Okay. All right, we're back everywhere. Sorry, guys. Yeah, there was a power outage issue, but we should be good everywhere now. Can everyone hear me? Okay. Can everyone hear me? Okay. Yes. Okay. All right. Perfect. Where were we, Ari? Do you remember?
I was explaining to you why the United States will not let Puerto Rico go.
Yes.
All right, your mic is muted though, so you're low. Your sound is low.
Oh, there we go. Sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, you're back. And one, I was telling this to Santana, I had to drop because this stuff is so bad that every time I talk about this, I literally catch a flag. Every single time I talk about this, I catch a flag, and I caught a flag, and I had to drop. But we're back now. So one, I was explaining to y'all before, that Puerto Rico, our name is Boricua, but it's titled Rich Port for a reason because it's a port island, right? And Puerto Rico would do so well independently because it would be a trade hub, right? Because of where it's located, right? But the United States wants to maintain control of that. And that's why there's the Jones Act. That's why that exists. To control, is it the Jones Act or Act 22? One of those two. The both of them are terrible for Puerto Ricans. But the Jones Act is what prevents saying all U.S. Ports or trade or ships have to touch U.S. mainland before it goes to one of its connected territories, which is why price of things are extremely high in Puerto Rico. Secondly, with the current U.S. invasion in Venezuela, what port did they, or what base did they use to do that? They use Puerto Rico. It's how they maintain an eye on South America for U.S. imperialism purposes, right? It's what gives them access to South America, right? And that's how imperialism works. That's how neocolonialism works. And that's how expansion works. They keep an eye and they just keep putting bases everywhere as we continue to expand. Puerto Rico is one of those areas. That's why they won't let it go.
Twitch, are you guys good? Are you back? Can you guys hear me? Can everyone over on Twitch hear as well? Just wanted to check with Twitch. Yep. Okay. Perfect. Okay. He said, host, add me. Do you hate America? Hate these nuts in your mouth. I don't care about what you have to say. Legitimately don't care what you have to say. You serve no function nor purpose. Fuck off. All right. So where was I? Okay. So I want to get into a couple of things that have been the economic impacts of everything that's been happening. One thing that apparently happened was the United States gave like this tax shelter exemption for Puerto Rico. And so you saw a massive flood of big pharma companies going to Puerto Rico for this tax shelter. But then all of a sudden, the United States of America ended the tax shelter in 2006, which immediately caused 100,000 Puerto Ricans to lose their jobs immediately. And it's been something that has been persistent ever since then.
Yep. And that's not negating the current digital nomads that want to go live over there, and they'd get a tax exemption as well.
Yep. Something that so this book was published in 2025. A couple of things that they called out. The unemployment rate in Puerto Rico was the highest out of anywhere in the country at 15.4%. And the poverty rate in Puerto Rico was 45%, which is twice the poverty rate of the poorest U.S. state, which is Mississippi. And then even you take a look at their utility charges has increased to over 300% higher than utility charges inside of the United States of America.
Yeah, and that's why like we're like during the Super Bowl, and this all connects to the Bad Bunny Super Bowl show. That's why we're anti-Luma. Luma is the power.
Oh shit! I remember that now, Ari.
Watch now. I want you after you read that book, rewatch the Super Bowl and see if you get all the symbolism from the Hibaro, which my grandfather was a Hibaro himself, to the culture, to the references of U.S. imperialism, and look at the English translation of Lo que pasó Hawaii. You will understand so much more now on what that Super Bowl meant, especially in terms of Western imperialism and
shit.
South America.
That is wild. Okay. Another thing is apparently S&P and Moody both dropped Puerto Rico's credit rating to BA2, which is fucking wild because Puerto Rico is a colony of the United States of America. So why wouldn't their credit rating fall under the same shelter as the United States credit rating? That doesn't make fucking sense to me.
Because they want to keep us poor and impoverished, and they understand what they're doing.
That's crazy. The per capita murder rate. Apparently now, crime, which poverty breeds crime, and the destabilization of the United States to Puerto Rico has had not only economic impacts, but the per capita murder rate in Puerto Rico is now 600 times higher than the actual murder rate inside of the U.S. And there's been a mass exodus of Puerto Ricans leaving Puerto Rico because they often say that the island, where it is now, is no longer the island that they grew up in and where they are. And so they talked about how a lot of Puerto Ricans have transitioned to Florida and to New York, but how they have such a desire to go back to the island, but it's been destabilized to the point that they can't live there.
So Puerto Rico is literally an example of why migrants move here, right? Like technically Puerto Ricans are migrants. We are migrants. My family is literally an example of we are displaced. My grandparents moved here. My grandmother moved here when she was 18 because they needed money to survive. Right. And she worked at a school as an ESL support individual that was helping translate for Spanish speaking families to the school district. Right. And I'm going to get emotional again. My great grandmother was a Taína in the mountains of Puerto Rico. And my grandmother grew up in Yabucoa. My great grandmother, all she told my grandmother was she wanted to be educated. But you learn about the education system. I'm not going to spoil for you, Santana. You learn about the education system and what they were doing to Puerto Ricans.
How the fuck are they making them like be educated in English and they don't even speak English, and then they say that you can't speak Spanish? They ban Spanish?
Yes. And so when you have a lot of no sabo kids, you understand why, right? No sabo kids didn't come out of nowhere, right? That's because of response to Western imperialism. But my great grandmother told my grandmother all she wanted her to do is be educated because she didn't get access to education, because you learn about the education system in Puerto Rico in the book. My grandmother moved here and all she wanted to do was be educated, but she couldn't do that because she had to establish herself here after being forced to leave, as well as my grandfather. My grandfather was a Hibaro, which is a sugarcane farmer on the island, right? And they had to establish themselves here. They told my mom that they wanted her to be educated. My mother tried, but she could not succeed, and she got pregnant at 21. I'm the first generation that has followed what my great grandmother set forward, where I got a college degree, and now I'm an educator who educates people on white supremacy and the harm of our island and how we were displaced. Throughout all of that, my grandfather had to work in the had to work in the shit-ass factories and the terrible working conditions under the United States when he was forced to move here because he couldn't afford to stay. And the gas and the fumes in the factories are what took his life when I was a freshman in college, so he never got to see me graduate. That is what U.S. imperialism does in real time to migrants. That is what U.S. imperialism does to families of brown and black people. this is what I mean, the harms of capitalism and Western imperialism, because Western imperialism took my family, and I'm not kidding, and we don't belong here. And I still talk to my grandmother. Actually, I went to go see my grandmother in November recently, and she used to tell me how much she wants to go home, but she can't. She can't go home. It's not safe for her, but she wished she can go live her life in the mountains again, like when she was a little girl, because we don't belong here.
One other thing that I noted, and I thought this was super interesting, because whenever I'm like reading the book, I like to know like what's the source, where did it come from, how do people gain access to this, like how did they build this book. And one thing that they cited in the book towards the end is that a majority of this information that they got, including, when I tell you, I had no idea the heavy presence of the FBI and the CIA in Puerto Rico. When I tell you this, the United States government made a consistent and persistent effort to ensure that Puerto Rico has always been destabilized. And they deployed massive amounts of FBI, CIA, United States military to ensure that this island stays destabilized. It's fucking wild, the amount of time, energy. Apparently, Puerto Rico was an obsession of J. Edgar Hoover, like an obsession of J. Edgar Hoover. And so they cited that they got this information via FOIA, the Freedom Information Act. And so all of the information that they're talking about in the book, not only is it like firsthand, secondhand accounts, but it's direct information that's been released by the United States government, from the FBI, from the CIA, like including, like there's this one guy who was working for the CIA, and he established that it's all around like the Casablanca movie and everything, but he established like a bar where he could set up and he could listen in on the nationalists, right? The nationalists were the ones that wanted to fight for revolution. And so he set up a bar where he could seem to like blend in with the people on the island. And one night, as he was like in the bar, a couple of FBI agents came in, and like the FBI agents were trying to arrest some of the nationalists, and he stood in front of them and was like, no, fuck you, da da da. Ended up getting into a fight with the FBI agents, right? And then he ended up shooting his gun in the air and getting them to stop, and he was bleeding, they were bleeding. And then like they was like, oh, you're going to be hearing from us. And he said like he threw one of their badges back at him, and like the badge had blood on it and all this other stuff. And they left, and it endured him with the Puerto Ricans that were there and all this other stuff. Come to find out, it was a fucking setup. The FBI and the CIA had been working together, and they planned that entire fight to endure the CIA agent to the Puerto Rican people, so he could gain their trust and continue to infiltrate and like relay information. Like that's how connected the United States government, the CIA, the FBI, the military has been entrenched within Puerto Rico.
But you can Google this. If you look it up, this is what Santana's talking about. It's called the Ponce Massacre. That is the Ponce Massacre. And it's really relevant in Puerto Rican history. It's really important. I actually talked to my grandmother about it and asked her about it because she lived through it. She was there. And we're talking about recent history. My grandmother is in her 70s, early 70s, and she's still alive, which means this is recent. Pedro Albizu Campos was our Malcolm X. Lolita Lebron. Yeah, he was. And we don't talk about him enough. Lolita Lebron, that's what Santana was talking about with the attempt on the U.S. legislature. Her bullet, because they actually went to Congress and they pew-pewed it up. Her bullet is still in the building of Congress. It's even
Yes. It's fucking crazy. Fucking crazy. So, sorry, go ahead, Ari.
All I was going to say, and to this day, if we're talking about Puerto Rican resistance, to this day, they have a march In English, it's called Lolita's Armies. It's basically a march of Puerto Rican women holding pew-pews, their fake pew-pews, with a flower in it in honor of Lolita's resistance. This was a Puerto Rican woman leading that.
Yep. And so the last thing that I have written, right, which again, I tried not to spoil the book because there's so much here that I haven't said. And I recommend that everyone go read this fucking book. I will tell you again, you guys know that I try not to be hyperbolic when I give like these kind of warnings. This was a tough read. This was a tough read, and not in the sense of like, oh, not in the sense of like, oh, you know, it's gory or bloody or all this other stuff. Like there are some absolute fucking crazy details. But from the very start of the book to the very end of the book, all I could think is, these are humans. These are people. How can you do this to actual people? Like that, Ari, the entire time, from the very start of the book to the end of the book, the only thing that I could think of is, how do you do this to humans? Like, what are we even doing?
Well, it makes more sense when we keep into mind who was also on the No Niggas posters. Who was also there, right? And so we recognize the dehumanization of Puerto Ricans, right? And I want to keep in context, keep in full mind, the book is heavily centered around U.S. imperialism. We didn't even get to, like, it briefly touches on Spaniards and what the Spaniards.
Oh, yeah. A book, again, it's the name is War Against All Puerto Ricans, Revolution and Terror in America's Colony. And the last thing that I have, and people kind of heard me talking to Solid about this before he dropped, and I have in all capital letters with 5 exclamation points after the end of it. Fuck Ralph. Holy shit, fuck Ralph. Ari, fuck Ralph.
Fuck Ralph.
Holy fuck.
Fuck Ralph. Yeah, this is why I'm super anti-America. Like, fuck this country. I hate this shit. You've done so much. I can't.
Yeah. Solid talks about, like, I don't know if Solid's still here. If he is, like, I mean, it's Solid, if you're here, you can request up. I know I'm not gonna be able to give your closing the justice, though. It doesn't look like he's here. But Solid always ends with, like, you know, all power to all people except for Ralph. And then he goes on to actually, like, say a couple other things, you know, and then he ends like, throw more bricks, right? And I used to hear Solid say that, and I used to say, like, who the fuck is this Ralph guy, and why did he make Solid so mad, right? And then finally one day Solid told me that, like, Ralph is not an actual person, but it stands for Ralph is, like, God damn it, the embodiment of, like, imperialism and a couple of other things. He said, I know I'm not doing it justice, right? But Ralph is not an actual person. Ralph is an idea, or like the actual embodiment of imperialism and the things that have occurred that continue to, like, disenfranchise and take away from people, right? And sorry, go ahead, Ari.
No, all I was saying is Ralph is just the embodiment of oppression.
Yep. So as I'm reading the book and they're talking about, can you say his name again?
Pedro Albizus Campos.
Pedro Albizus Campos.
Albizu, yeah.
Albizu. As they're talking about his torture, which, again, he was locked up. They kept him away from any and everyone, isolated. infected him with radiation poison, tortured him for years and years and years because he was deemed to be the leader of the nationalist army, the leader of the revolution. And throughout the entire time, Ralph was the person that tortured him. Ralph was the person that continued to, like, literally, physically, mentally, in every aspect, when they talked about the torture that was being inflicted on him, it was always done by Ralph. So fuck Ralph.
Fuck Ralph. I also want to keep in mind, because Solid talked about this too, so shout out Solid. Oh, they vacuuming? They took right now the drill?
Oh, they're doing some type of work. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. I want to shout out Super Solid, because Super Solid says this, the one thing we can learn from Pedro, and this is not explicitly pointed out, but you do learn this in context in the book, how fascism and imperialism and all the isms and phobias work is they attack leaders. They highlight a point.
Put your mouth around it.
Okay. No pause. What they do is they highlight a point man to attack, to abolish and destroy movements. Like they did that with Black Lives Matter, right? Black Lives Matter, they kept trying to point out to the organization as if it's the arbiter of Black Lives Matter, instead of actually recognizing that Black Lives Matter is a movement, right? And so if they attack and make this one concept the end all be all of the movement, and I destroy it, then I destroyed the movement. We cannot allow that to continue to happen, right? This is how they destroy movements. When we continue to center people like Martin Luther King and Malcolm X as the center of movements, it destroys what the movement is, which is a movement. We make one individual movement, and that's where we goofed up as Puerto Ricans with Pedro Albizu Campos. We made him the movement instead of the movement being what it was, which was a movement of itself, a movement of liberation. So Solid talks about this all the time. You cannot depend on us to liberate you. You cannot depend on Santana. You cannot depend on me. You cannot depend on any of us. Because as you learn, the louder we get, right, they try to silence us in multiple ways, right? That liberation is up to you, and you have to want it.
Ari, no bullshit. That's what I kept realizing. Like the one common thread, and this is how it connects today, and this is why I keep ringing the fucking alarm bells. Every single time throughout history, from every book that I've been able to read, when it talks about United States imperialism, the bad guy is always the communist. They label everyone the communist. They always say it's the communists. It's the even in the actual revolution, the Puerto Ricans, they were just like, oh, it was just communism on the island of Puerto Rico. They keep using that as a catch-all, as a boogeyman, and it's literally the actual focal point that they keep hyper fixating throughout history. And then that's what they're doing right now. Sorry, guys, they're doing some kind of fucking construction. Ari, I'll give it to you.
You good? They rude. They didn't give you no memo that they was doing that. So rude. Like, you ain't got to go live. The hell? But yeah. And so like I see people in the chat saying, what do we do? You get active. You get active in whatever, because we're not ableist here. We don't do the ableism. You get active in whatever capacity you can, right? And there are different modes of getting active, right? Go follow Sean, right? Sean is our fearless leader in cadre, right? She knows what she's talking about. She knows what she's doing, right? She is so structured and organized in how she wants to see revolution. Make sure you're following Sean. Solid. You're joining book club, because guess what? We're reading this book in book club, and we're going to do a chapter by chapter review of this book. And you need to educate yourself, arm yourself with knowledge, because knowledge is also a weapon, right? Because they can't gaslight you, right? If you have the knowledge, they can't take that knowledge that you've already read and educate yourself on. If you have it, and arm yourself with that, right? There are so many things you can do to get active, right? Because like Santana said this before, and he's not lying about that. Revolution's happening whether you like it or not, right? People are losing access to food. They're losing access to jobs, shelter, and people are going to be upset. And I'd rather be prepared with knowledge and what to do next than just sit and be shocked like, oh my God, what just happened, right? Arm yourself with knowledge. Follow leftist, communist creators. Mainly, I'm going to say communists. I know Santana's not a communist, but really the people who are preparing themselves with the knowledge for revolution are the communists, right? Sean, solid, right? Please, I'm begging you, because we have no choice. And I'd rather you be armed with knowledge.
Yeah, I said this, I'm gonna keep pulling people as long as I can, but holy shit, I'm telling you guys, like, it's uncomfortable. That's what I was saying yesterday. I know it's uncomfortable for a lot of people because it was uncomfortable for me when I first started learning about it and like really being faced with reality. But holy shit, you really gotta understand what's happening. And like it's wild how everything has been methodical, everything has been intentional, and everything is connected. Like every single book that I've read, it's all connected. And yeah. So one more time, I will say the name of the book is War Against All Puerto Ricans, Revolution and Terror in America's Colony. Again, one more time, War Against All Puerto Ricans, Revolution and Terror in America's Colonies. There's so much that I didn't talk about. I talked about a few different things like a couple of days ago, including like the FBI having, detailed files on over 100,000 Puerto Ricans, like integral day-to-day, hour-to-hour details on different Puerto Ricans. I didn't talk about like a shit ton of stuff. You guys have to read this book. And what I will tell you, because again, I've read the 1619 Project, and after like chapter 2, I did have to take a step back and like stop reading it for a second. I went through the Rediscovery of America. It wasn't as tough, but I was able to get through that. Then I jumped over to Ain't I a Woman? And that kind of like hit me right in the shoulder plex, but I was able to keep moving through that because what I had learned about the 1619 Project and also the Rediscovery of America. But after this book, I'm shifting back to a political book because I have to take a break. After reading this book, it's so fucking heavy. It's so fucking heavy that I need a break from American imperialism. And like, listen to how fucked that sounds. I'm telling you, in order to get away from American imperialism for some sense, I'm going to a political book. This book is extremely heavy and it has so much information. So make sure you take a break to protect your peace. Ari, do you want to say anything about mental breaks with books?
Yeah, you're gonna need to, because I've had to. So with quick information, because people have been asking me in Discord or in the chat. One, book club is completely free, and you don't even have to read the books to join book club. And actually, for people who are like, oh, I don't have money to get books, we do book giveaways. So all you have to do is literally come to the book club session, right? You don't have to read one page. You can read the whole book, no pages at all. Just join the discussion, because I'm more concerned about people getting access to the information than whether they've really read it, right? But for those who do read it, they can add to the conversation, but you can also add to the conversation just on your lived experience too. It's an open dialogue space for everybody and where they are in their reading journey. And so links are in the bio for that. Also keep in mind, and I'm gonna keep saying this because I do give these warnings during book club, white supremacy is violent. White supremacy is hard to receive. White supremacy, and especially if you're in if you're reading about an oppressed group that you are currently oppressing, and that's where Santana's talking about, what he's talking about is he's been reading a lot about violence towards women, right? And so he's not used to that, right? And that does a number on one's mental health, right? And And so it can get to the point where you ingest too much information and you're reading too much that one, it can lead you to nihilism and potentially self-deletion. We do not want that, right? So you need to be able to check in with yourself, do check-ins with yourself. Self-care, destroys also resistance.
Yep. And you don't have to put that on a shirt. One thing that I like, and I'll call this out, like I compartmentalize very well, right? And so that's why I felt like it was so important to make sure that I called that out for people, because this is some really heavy information, and it's going to take tolls on people. The name of the book, one more time, the name of the book is War Against All Puerto Ricans, Revolution and Terror in America's Colony. Again, the book is War Against All Puerto Ricans, Revolution and Terror in America's Colony.
I don't think they're gonna let you continue, but I appreciate you for having me up, Santana. I appreciate the combo, and I appreciate you for raising the awareness.
I was just about to say, is there anything that I missed that you think is important that they should know about the book?
It's important for me above all to read it. It's violent. It literally gets into violence. But also I want you guys to keep in mind, right, what I said earlier. Why is the US doing that? They're scared. They're scared. People who are communists, we might be small in numbers, but they silence us because they're scared of us. And Puerto Rico, the Haitian Revolution, were evidence of that, because they keep those movements quiet because they do not want us to resist. So please keep that in mind. Thank you for having me up, Santana. Thank you for highlighting this.
Absolutely. Thank you. W's in the chat for Ari. W's in the chat for book club. People keep saying, oh, I wish Santana would publish his reading list. Get into Ari's Discord. Ari is literally the person that crafted both of my reading lists, and I get almost all my reading material from. And she's been putting it in her book Discord, which is free. You just have to be 21 years of age or older and no Nazis, right? So if you guys are interested in the book club, if you're interested in what we've been talking about, if you want to learn more, all you have to do is get over. The link is in her link tree. It's free for everyone. Just get in there, 21 years of age or older and no Nazis. Like I said, I had to switch from reading about American imperialism, and now the book that I started this morning is called Regime Change: Inside the Imperial Presidency of Donald Trump. I know, like, you guys are saying, well, didn't you just say you're switching from American imperialism? This is definitely a lighter break from what I've been reading about. But this is definitely like a lot lighter than the 1619 Project, the Rediscovery of America, from, you know, the War on All Puerto Ricans, from Ain't I a Woman. This is definitely a lighter break. So the book that I've started today, nobody believes Democrats anymore. At the shut the fuck up, Ryan. Believe these nuts in your mouth. Boom. Anyway, the book that I've started today is called Regime Change: Inside the Imperial Presidency of Donald Trump. It's by Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan. This was just published this year. It was just published in either May or June. So it just came out. And even more so, there's firsthand accounts. And, it was released on June the 23rd. So it hasn't even been out for a month yet. Awesome. But there's firsthand interviews, and apparently they even sat down and interviewed Trump and like got clarifications and all this other stuff. So I'm really excited about this book. Really excited about this book. A couple of W's in the chat. W's in the chat for D Graham for the $5 super chat to say, hey, Santana, love the history background. Shout out to the Straw Hat Pirates, Chopper 2028. Fucking right. Fucking right. W's in the chat. Hold on a second. Okay. Just want to make sure we're good there. W's in the chat as well. For Dos Soto for the $5 super chat, say reading this book and the radiation against Americans is horrific. My partner is Puerto Rican and he's had so many health troubles. The same with his family. Coincidence? I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm telling you, it's fucking mind blowing. And I'm telling you, when they said that the United States of America gave radiation poison to 20,000 Americans, women, children, people with disabilities. For those who did not hear me, the United States of America from the 1930s to the 1970s, and I think that it happened longer than that, but from the 1930s to the 1970s, they gave 20,000 Americans radiation poison. They did radiation testing. The United States government, the Department of Energy, released this information saying that they did the testing. They took a group of children with disabilities, told them that they were going to be in a science club, and for 10 years fed them cereal that had radiation poison. The United States government did that shit. The United States government did that shit to American citizens, to children who had disabilities, after telling them that they were joining a science club. How the fuck are we the good guys? How the fuck are we the good guys? You said, how was nobody held accountable? Not only were people not held accountable, they were literally given awards. They were given awards for this shit. There's a scientist who was in Puerto Rico who sent a letter talking about how much he hates Puerto Ricans, so much so that he was intentionally infecting them with cancer. He was intentionally giving them cancer, and then he was appointed by the United States government as representation during the Nuremberg trials, which were the trials of the Nazis, and he helped get the Nazis prosecuted for their atrocities against the Jewish people during the Holocaust. And you guys are such fucking cowards. You guys are such fucking cowards. You guys are such fucking cowards that you would like to do that. Fuck you, cowards. Anyway, like I was saying, after appointing him as representation for the Nuremberg trial, he was never prosecuted for what he did. He was never held accountable, and he was given awards. Fucking mind blowing. One more time. The book is called War Against All Puerto Ricans, Revolution and Terror in America's Colony. That's that book. W's in the chat as well for Trunks for the 5 cheered bits over on Twitch. The sugar company, Domino, is also complicit in exposing Puerto Ricans' labor. Yes, there's so much to it. W's in the chat for Mander for the 1 cheered bit. Do you know if they chose Ralph because the head of the lettuce from the head of lettuce from the What's Happening episode? No, I don't think so. I don't think that's it. I don't think so. W's in the chat for Twitch. Also, W's in the chat for Christina for the $2 donation. For a palate cleanser book, I suggest Small and the Mighty by Sharon McMahon. It's an uplifting and also well researched. Yeah, make sure you guys do something as a palate cleanser. W's in the chat for Stephanie, who sent a $5 donation, said, could you add your reading list to your link tree? No, sorry, Stephanie. I am purposefully not adding management keeps telling me oh, you should do videos recapping your reading of these books. And I might do it because I literally have notes. Every time I've been going through these books, I just keep taking notes, right? I'll show you guys really quickly. 1 second here. These are the notes from my reading list, right? These are the notes for the rediscovery of America. These are the notes for Women Have Better Sex Under Socialism. These are the notes for Ain't I a Woman? And then these are the notes for War Against All Puerto Ricans, right? I've been taking notes as I've read, and I might do some reading recaps, right? But what I will say is I'm not going to publish my reading list because Ari has done it in her Discord. She has a reading Discord, and I want people to join Ari's reading Discord. So if you want to know specifically the books I've read, the books that I still have coming up, there's multiple reading lists.
And call a conservative radical Republican a sellout. Satanic ideology, you guys, at best. I gotta tell you. Isn't that just weird? Right? Don't you just think this is weird?
Federal control of our statewide elections. He was president in 2020. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what happens when you cut all of the funding and all of the programs that stop cyber security or cyber attacks. Can you go live so we can watch it together? Yes, I have a doctor's appointment in 2 hours. When is it?
Wir halten zusammen, das ist unsere Pflicht.
9 p.m. Eastern, so 8 p.m. Trying to get teach you how to silence it. I saw that. Dude, how does TikTok, like, I guess TikTok's making too much money on these GIFs. They know the problem and they're not going to undo it. Now's a good time to remind people about the fake elector plot. I'm stressed out today, y'all. No, they did not pass the SAVE Act. I heard somewhere it's got like an 8% chance to pass. It's not passing. What's going on, Dark Pickles again? I can't log into that account using my stream software. It's fucked up. It's nothing serious with my doctor's appointment.
Seller that purchases a bunch of shoes and just sends them to you from wherever the fuck they have access to them. Yep. So, y'all playing with our shipping shit. Toodaloo.
So I came back, I got quiet. Did you bake him solid yet? Damn. Power touch screen, guys. Shout out to live. I don't know where y'all had went from conversation. I had got him. I got some water.
Leo.
Gotta hydrate.
Leo, guess what that got printed up for the show today? And
What
these
you got?
motherfuckers don't know this. Let me show them. The prints are here.
Oh wow, that piece so dynamic.
Why is it showing like that though?
Android.
It shouldn't be pixelated like that. There it is.
There you go.
There you go.
That's just the Android.
Oh, look. There's the original. Here's the print. I got a show today. But if you're interested in these smaller prints, it's not the big prints. This is the smaller, I don't know what that noise is. It's that smaller, it's the smaller festival print. 14 by 16, $50. $50. This is the festival size because I got a festival show today. This is the 14 by 16, $50. If you're interested, let everybody know. I can only sell you 10 of these because the rest of these got to go to the show. And I'll be quiet. Go.
Let's go, people. I'll leave y'all for 2 minutes to get some water.
So the reason why you're reproducing this process where they're not taking market wages is because they're under the threat of mass deportation. You get rid of the threat of mass deportation for those individuals, it gets rid of that problem that you're referencing. So it sounds like you're advocating for amnesty now.
In my opinion, mass deportation is more achievable than mass amnesty. My evidence for this is that if it was, I think we'd see more establishment Dems advocating for mass amnesty, but we don't. We just see progressives like AOC and AOC.
Wait, there are people on the left and right that advocate for amnesty. Like this isn't something specific to ideological
in
sides.
Congress,
What's that?
in Congress. Like in Congress. Like we only see progressives, not even.
No, there are right wingers that have advocated for amnesty, even in Congress.
Okay, well,
there's a person in Florida that even passed a bill to provide amnesty to some.
All right. Well, my point is that not even Kamala or Biden supported the type of mass amnesty that you want.
I agree, and I never said they did. I just said that they're closer to my position. I
And
never
don't
said that
think-
they 100% agree with my amnesty position.
I know, but I don't think AOC's gonna win. Right? You got new
I think AOC would
scum-
win, but I don't even know if AOC would have that position. So,
Isn't she progressive?
yeah, but that doesn't mean she necessarily has that position. Not all progressives agree with me. Right?
How
Like that's why I
progressive
said it's
are
not
you,
specific
bro?
to ideological framework. It's not just a progressive opinion. Now, a lot of progressives do hold this opinion, but it's not like a solely progressive opinion. I'm pretty sure Bernie disagrees with this.
How progressive are you? You are progressive.
Okay, if you want to consider this like insanely progressive or something, you can. But I mean, I'm a
if
liberal.
If even the progressive champ AOC isn't as progressive as you, then you must be progressive.
This is just on one issue. They're to the left of me on countless issues. I'm not a socialist. I don't call myself a democratic socialist. I call myself a social democrat. I'm a liberal who believes in social safety nets and regulations.
Okay. I mean, border security. I mean, you cut illegal crossings by 90%. Drug trafficking down.
That was already
56.
declining. If you want to talk about undocumented crossings, again, we were actually at lower levels of border crossings at the end of the Biden-Harris administration comparative to the end of Trump's first administration. So the border that Biden inherited was actually less secure than the border he handed over to Trump. Did you know that?
No, that was because of Title 42, though.
Which, by the way, was a COVID-era policy. And no, it's not. That existed prior to. The increase in encounters existed prior to COVID.
Okay, well, we can all look to the future. I mean, yeah. And what point were you trying to make there that Trump handed Biden over a bad border?
Yeah, it was less secure than the border that he handed over to Trump.
Well, I like that he's going harder now. That's all I can
Okay.
say.
But like, how does that benefit you?
All right, so it doesn't rate.
It doesn't at all. So then, like, why do you care about it?
I mean, did you or did you not just debunk me? So
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say yet. I've gotten to the point where I've debunked you, but I mean, I've debunked you on countless points. The point that I'm trying to get you, I haven't yet got you to the point yet, but we're just about there, though.
yeah, I guess it hasn't affected me. I mean, I guess we point to crime or something like that.
Okay, crime. Okay, and do you think mass deportation reduces crime?
Yeah.
It doesn't. Mass deportation does not reduce the crime rate. The crime rate is unaffected by mass deportation, according to the Cato Institute.
Yeah, well, any crime committed by an illegal immigrant should not have happened at all. Lincoln Riley should not have happened at all.
I can agree that no violence like that should ever have occurred. And yeah, obviously, Lincoln Riley should have never been murdered, right? But that doesn't mean that undocumented immigrants are proportionally more likely to do these things, right? Undocumented immigrants are multiple times as likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country compared to natural-born U.S. citizens. And do you blame Trump for Molly Tibbetts dying to an undocumented immigrant under his administration?
No, and I wasn't gonna blame Biden either. I'm just saying, I'm just saying any crime that happens, it should not have happened in the first place.
Any of those violent or serious crimes, I agree, but like that still doesn't mean that every undocumented immigrant should be removed from the country. Like that's not an argument for that. Even so, that also doesn't mean that Trump's mass deportation policy is benefiting you, because under the Democrats, they still want to go after those that have committed violent and serious offenses. Plus, you're not even categorizing all the people that have died due to ICE. They shouldn't have died. That should have never happened.
I can agree. You're making me think. You're making me think, dude.
That's good. Think of the hint art.
So what was Kamala's Harris's solution to the border? What was she gonna do?
The bipartisan border bill. Mike, I think of the galaxy.
Which increased judges along the southern border?
It would have increased the amount of judges, asylum officers, and even border enforcement. And it would have also built more wall than Trump ever built under his administration. Did you know that? It was literally a compromise. Like, I think it goes too far right. That's my position on the bipartisan border bill, is that the border bill goes too far right. But that's something that the Democrats are willing to compromise on in order to be able to get unprecedented levels of negotiation on the border done.
Bro, you're making me think. You brought up some good points. All right, I guess I agree with some sort of amnesty. I don't think mass amnesty, the type that progressives want, but I guess a bipartisan border bill would have been good.
Yeah. Okay. So then, like, what would you align with Trump on if it's not immigration?
Abortion.
Abortion. So what about abortion?
I think it should be banned in elective circumstances.
Okay. And so, like, if I were to pay for my girlfriend's abortion, I should go to jail?
No.
But under your view, I just paid for murder. So if I pay for a hitman to murder a baby, I shouldn't go to jail?
I mean, if you're paying for it, that kind of implies that you'd be paying for it responsibly and professionally. So most likely in a state where it's legal. If you did that in a state where it was illegal, with some sort of illegal like way, then maybe my opinion would be different.
Okay, so if I did it in a state that was illegal, let's say like it was nationally illegal, do you think I should go to jail?
I mean, you'd be doing something illegal that's like smuggling illegal drugs, doing illegal cosmetic surgery. So maybe some sort of prison time or fine.
So you think I should go to jail for paying for my girlfriend's abortion?
I mean, do you think it's just that people who do illegal and unprofessional cosmetic surgeries where the patients end up getting injured or dying, do you think they should go to jail?
Yeah, if there's like a situation where someone's doing cosmetic surgery specifically that
have you
leads
never
to
heard of that?
individuals dying, that's considered illegal, right?
Have you
And
never-
obviously puts people at such harms. Like I would obviously you could say that like it could be wrong in that story. I'm confused the irrelevance though. Like,
Have you never heard of that?
yes, I've heard of this. That's medical malpractice. You understand the difference between that and
Yeah,
getting an
so
abortion,
like
right?
if you get an abortion illegally and unprofessionally, which would need to happen if they become illegal, then I want
I'm
to see,
confused how this has anything to do with abortion though.
because you're saying if you were to get it, still pay for her abortion in a state where it was illegal, right? So you'd be paying for an illegal like surgery.
Yeah, do you think I should go to jail in that situation?
I don't know, maybe fined.
Maybe fined. So you think people should be fined for murder? Or do you think people should go to jail for murder?
Well, I guess I want to put that in the same category as like murdering a born human.
Good. That's kind of what I wanted you to realize. So abortion is not murder. Okay, so then if abortion is not murder, why do you think it should be illegal?
I just think it's morally wrong to deprive a living being, a human, of its future, of its conscious future.
Okay, so do you think the IVF process is immoral because they can discard multiple zygotes and embryos per patient?
Yes, I do.
So you think that they're serial murderers?
Well, no, because I'd still not like give it the same type of.
Can you define murder?
The unjustified taking of a human life.
Yeah, it is an unjustified taking of a human life, under your view. Not mine, under yours, though.
Yeah, I guess I'd have to think, because I would definitely wouldn't categorize both equally. Like, it's definitely not as bad to kill a fetus as a born human, but I just think it's morally unjust. So,
Okay, which would then mean it's